Well, well, well. If it isn't 72 concurrent viewers, you've made it. It's 3 p.m. at the flagpole, shrimp. And now you're gonna get your beat down. That's right, I've penciled you in for a 3 o'clock bullying. And now you're gonna get a knuckle sandwich. But first, we have lots to do. We have coffee to drink. We have work to do. We have miserable work to do. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna complain, and it might be funny, but let's find out, shall we? What did I just do? Did I just stop the stream? Nope. Wait. Hey. So, basically, this is a long shot, and it's not even done being animated, so I'm not going to do the whole thing. But for a lot of these drawings that I think are done, I'm going to be adding effects. See? I've applied effects to a few of these frames already, and I will be applying effects to even more of them. How's that sound?
Sounds like a pretty good deal. What do you say? We do that for 40 years and then we die.
I like this new lo-fi boy, although he's not lo-fi boy, he's like synthwave boy. I might switch it up to something a little bit more energetic later, but it's kind of early. It's 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. Wake up, wake up. It's time to get up. It's time to get up. It's too late to be sitting around. Have you thought about adding effects? I thought you added them through After Effects. No, like lighting effects, not After Effects. Not like special effects necessarily. Just, you know, regular effects. So basically, all I do is take the take this pink and turn it into light. Yeah, I don't actually use After Effects and Premiere. You know, if you want to call them effects, yeah. You know, sound effects. I add that through in Premiere. But this is like just. This is just a. Like, I just made a copy of him. So, like, he's still made out of pieces here, but he's turned into one piece here. And like it's basically just like it's just a single like 34% alpha for that and 35 whatever, you know. I didn't realize it was 1 point off. It's not intentional, and I don't think it makes a big difference. But anyway, it's just a slightly lower opacity so that it like casts this, you know, it just takes one color and filters it with the colors under it. So like, you know, it does that for the paint and also the outline. It has a blue outline that mixes with the black outline underneath. I mean, this black outline is also blue, but it's not that blue. But anyway, for this shot, there's actually a couple different lighting. I'm wondering if I should mix up the colors a bit, because here it's like more yellow. I thought, you know, maybe it's like more of a more directly, like also here. It's like, I made her pupils green because it's like, it's as if you're looking, like, it's like being reflected directly back. But then like the lighting changes because it's not direct in this shot. I also feel like this looks wrong. Well, why is this even a thing? Shouldn't it just be like that? Oh, maybe I wanted it to be like... Alright. I guess I won't fuck with it since it's not that shit. It looks pretty good. So like here, they're mostly blue because the TV is off to the side, but then I change it up here where you're getting a more direct look lighting from the television, because the television is where the camera is, so you would see more pink than blue. The pink brings stuff to the foreground, while the blue pushes things to the background. So that's how you can use color for dimensionality. Where was Audrey and Victor's dad? Don't worry, those things will eventually be revealed. I can't really talk about them yet. What you have to understand is that their father is an afterthought, just like their mom is an afterthought. So some things are not fully realized. Some concepts are only slightly hinted at. It's true. What app are you using? The art looks really good. It's Flash, my favorite. And thank you. I also think it looks really good. That fluid animation is absolutely stunning. Oh, you don't need to, I mean, that sounds like you're just, you're just saying that. It's not that fluid. It's pretty choppy, I think. But I maybe I know what you mean. I take pride in my arcs. Like when I see an arc that looks bad, I think, well, I better fix it. Like this one. I can't have somebody say my animation is really absolutely stunning and then not make it even better. Of course, you can always work something too much and make it worse. I'll try not to do that too. I sold my child for internet to watch this stream. That's very nice of you, Baguette. Baguette. What happened to Bag? That's like Chrysippus, the guy who died laughing at his own joke. That's like the kind of joke I would die laughing at. It's like, Baguette, what happened to Bag? We need Victor lo-fi beats to study to. Honestly, I would do that. Yeah, that sounds good. I'd make Audrey and Victor lo-fi. The only problem is I don't have the music. I just have the character. It's like, Victor is like at his computer. Oh, oops. This is all. It would be like, oh, check it out. This boy actually has an old style computer. Like, he's got an old style monitor, but he's got wireless headphones and a wireless mouse and keyboard. Or no, the keyboard's not. The keyboard has like a curly wire actually, but the mouse is wireless. It has no mouse pad, and his monitor is all okay. So the monitor is what I'm focusing on in particular. This is like, a very personal thing that like. You can't, this is, just something from my childhood, but like, you can't repeat this with a modern monitor. You would need to figure something out with an old one, because when I was a kid, my cat would sleep on top of it while I used my computer. It's like, there's a cute dog in the background of this one taking a nap, but in my version, it would just, no question, just absolutely put a cat right there on top. This is, personal, but cute. It makes me kind of sad to think about, because not only is the cat gone, but also monitors like that are gone. So this can never be again. I guess I'll figure something out, but only because it happened back then. It just couldn't happen today naturally. I would like to build something for my current monitor that's just like an enclosure that, like, yeah, that'd be cute. It's just like a little shelf that's basically like a little case for the cat to sleep on. I don't know if my cat would sleep on it, but I would want him to. Name this Frig. I have a bit of experience with lo-fi music, so if you want to actually go ahead with it, then I'd be happy to provide new music for it free of charge. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you. But yeah, I'll probably not be doing this right away. I'm still busy with this other shit. But yeah, maybe if I could collect some music to feature in the video. Should it be a live stream that's always going? Or should it just... I think it should just be a video that people can, like, watch once, because I don't think I could actually keep it up with new content, or even, like, with old content. Like, how do you keep a stream like this going every day? I mean, I guess I already stream every day, but not really, you know, like, this is just, like, I would maybe put a Raspberry Pi in charge of this, like, put a Raspberry Pi to, like, stream something all the fuck day, and, like, you know, maybe because this channel has now has 2 of these. It's got this one is a new one. There's the old one with the girl. And it's like now you're running 2 live streams that are 24/7. It's like, I guess, you know, they probably make some money doing this, or else that would be just like a waste. Although it's YouTube, and it's like, it probably doesn't cost anything to you. I guess, you know, curating it might be kind of time consuming. But I assume that the Lo-Fi Girl channel gets something. They get something out of it. It's pretty big, I think. Raspberry Pi are still a thing. I mean, it's just a computer. It doesn't go away just because it's not fucking popular. And yeah, they're really popular, so yeah, they're still a thing. So this is Victor's cat, Renault. Or Renault. I think that's really funny. This is something that has not been stated in any cartoon, and probably won't be at any time soon. But the cat's name is Renault, but he pronounces it Renault. Just so you know. Just so you know. That's Renault. What about Audrey? What's her setup look like? I feel like she would have to be looking the opposite way. Like, should she be a computer, or should she be writing in a book? Left-handed? I don't know. I don't actually think about little details like that. Like, there are people who know what their characters' phone numbers are. And, you know, I'll give them credit for that. But I don't do shit like that, because I don't see it as really that necessary to understanding the characters. I don't even know if she's left or right-handed. I'll just probably just, like, change it up, and people won't even notice. You know, left-handed seems right because I'm left-handed, but who knows? Her favorite soda is pineapple soda. What if it's different tomorrow? I'll put the pineapple soda on her desk next to the pet cactus with all the other things that I lied about existing. Yeah, I think she should have a little watering can that's just like an old pineapple soda full of water. Pineapple Woda! Woda. What a horrible name. She probably owns a laptop. Look at you theorizing. Look at all these fan theories. Can't believe fans are this creative. I'm glad that I've fostered a creative environment. Man, the fans keep asking me to confirm if she really has these things, like a pet cactus and a laptop. God, my creative fans piss me off so much. Yeah, there's nothing more creative than making a parody of lo-fi hip-hop beats to work out to. It's getting hot in here. Let me just... Oh, that's better. Oh, get into something more comfy, wumpy, kids. I'm advertising my Jonely fans. For $1 diggity dollar, you can see my peenwich. Ooh, baby mama. Holy fuckface. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not gonna do that, but I'm also not afraid of showing my face, which is, for some people, is too private. I don't blame them, but oh God, what happened? I guess I made it a symbol and then forgot that it was also like what is this then? Live. Shouldn't it be... Oh, right. I have to do it for every frame. Yep. That's why. That's why die. But it's okay. I can probably cheap out a little bit. Because, you know, well, you'll see. Just, you know, blitzkrieg through these fucking frames. Like Hitler. Ah! That's the sound of people dying across Europe. Okay, let's show how I'll cheap out just a little tiny bit. Yep. Yeah, seems like it works. We just copy and paste all this shit because it's mostly the same. There's only a little bit of a difference. See, like right there, I can just Yeah, I actually want to fix a thin, this a thin. Uh-oh. Did that just delete lines to do that? I think lines are already deleted. That's better. That looks alright. It's not closed though, so I'm gonna have to do that. Okay, now let's copy and paste a thread. Whoop. Alright, and now let's fix a thread. I'll fix you. Yeah, and actually just like going in and fixing these manually, because why not? Seems like the easiest way to do it. Alright, let me paint inside. That might help. Oh my land. Here at Pixar, we do unnecessary extra work. That's why it's so good, because we go the extra mile again and again, and nobody appreciates it. Whew. Yep, I shouldn't It's fine. It fine. It alright. Where did I steal it alright from? It alright. I'm not sure if this was the same, but like I feel like 30 Rock did something like it alright. She was like trying really badly to console someone and said like, it alright, don't be cry, or something like that. I'm not sure if it was it alright though. Maybe I should do that. What version of Flash should I get? Alright, so there's let me list out my favorites. Here's my personal recommendations. Is Flash 8 at the top. Excuse me, Flash 8. And I'm gonna write my reasons under it. Then there's CS3. And then CS6. I'd say this is the tier. The others go in the shit tier. Like with Flash CS4 being the worst, or maybe 5, I forget. But either way, 100 megabyte exe, light, and it's light, and it's like, what's the word? I don't know. It's not like, because it's in a good middle between like new Flash and even older than Flash 8, because it has way more features than Flash MX, but it also has way less features than CS, or like it has way less features than Animate. I would say maybe Animate might, I would list Animate as also a viable option for you. Because it's Flash, it's the same program, but I would put it last because you have to pay for it. You can't just get it for free. Like, you can get all of these for free. And you can't own it at all. But it's like modern, up to date. That's. I'll just list one good thing about it because I can't, you know, like light and fluffy. I couldn't think of a second word. Flash CS3 is like most popular, I think. So like you'll find maybe the most resources for that one. It has introduces ActionScript 3. That doesn't actually mean anything to you as an animator, but that's why it's more popular. It's just like a new programming language that they made that is like better than the last ActionScript. And then there's CS6, which is like last version. This is like the last version before it got turned into Animate. So it's probably the best, most up-to-date, most stable version of Flash. That's like the most modern and still called Flash. And then there's the one I use, which is this one, Flash 8, which is, you know, at the top because, well, it's just the lightest. It's 100 megabytes. It's like pretty easy to use, doesn't crash too often. It happens, but like it can handle shit because it doesn't waste memory like the other ones do. So, you know, this one is 1,000 megabytes. I don't even know what the fuck these are, but it's all like from there it just gets bigger and bigger because they keep adding features, but I don't use them, so I'll just stick with the old Flash. Oh, Renault. Good boy. Where did all my cats go? Oh, I deleted them. I deleted them without undoing. Whoops. what is the legendary wisdom going to be next? I'll have to wait for it to come to me. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm this wise person. Wisdom comes to me, just like it comes to you. Like, it's not known by me. I'm not that wise. Dog of Wisdom is just a character. It's something that's wiser than I am. It always has an answer when you ask what is your wisdom. But I don't. That's a great thing about characters. They can be even better than you. I think of Audrey as wiser than me too. And Victor is about as wise as I am. But that part is fine not knowing. I think it would be wrong to just like give the illusion that I know what's coming, because I don't. And I'm just like you in that way. I'll admit it, but I'll also admit that Dog of Wisdom is a good video. It's a great video, and I don't think it's gonna be great if I just try to pull one out of my ass. That's how it felt before. Like, people were asking me to make it years ago, and I said no, because I don't have an idea. And then, I said if I get an idea, that could change, but I don't have one. And finally it happened. But, patience is the key. I didn't know if it was gonna happen, ever, because Dog of Wisdom is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. Maybe not anymore, but it felt like that. It's like you wouldn't even get more of this. It wasn't even made so that there'd be more than one of it. But yeah, it's got a sequel. It's got a great sequel. I'm glad everyone accepted it, because it's a tough thing to live up to, a good video like that. I made it, but that doesn't mean I can live up to it. Even I didn't believe in me. Even I laughed at me. But I guess I showed myself. Yeah, I showed myself, huh? Got that asshole. Got his ass. Concepts are cheap. That's why nobody wants to be the ideas guy, because concepts are really cheap. You can come up with a trillion, billion, zillion of them. And people think that they can just give me all of their concepts and say, make that, like I'm a machine. But, if you want a shitty cartoon, you should just ask a computer to make it. I don't make shitty cartoons, okay? I actually think my cartoons are pretty good. And I'm also going to use computers to make cartoons. Oh no, how could you say that, Joe? You're going to use computers to make cartoons? No! Always use computers to make cartoons. Yeah, this is strange. Even when I have paint inside on, it sometimes destroys my lines. It's fine. I think I'll live. Cat. Cute. Yep. Here at Pixar, we actually give a fuck. Here at Pixar, we are simply the best. We are literally untouchable. Of course, if you work here, you're not untouchable. I can touch you. That's my job. Uh-oh, here I come. I'm coming in for a hug. Here's the big man. Kitty needs a hug. So what's going on? What's new in the world? What's everyone care about? There's shit I care about, but you know what? I think the things a lot of other people care about are very different. You know, like, let's see. There's things I care about, like blockchain, and then there's things that kids seem to care about, like object show. Like, how important is object show? Do we need blockchain and object show? It's like Steven Universe when his Greg is watching, his dad Greg is watching the show that Steven likes and thinking, holy fucking shit! This is what kids are watching now? Jesus Christ! No wonder he's such a whiner! No wonder kids are such fucking sissies nowadays. They watch these shows about crying objects. And it's like, yeah, suddenly it's just like, you thought you were so cool, Greg, and look at you now. You don't even understand the first thing about what kids think are cool. Like, his he's living in the like 80s, or when was Steven Universe born? In like, is he supposed to be like my age, or I think he's younger, because like, God, he never had a fucking chance, did he? that deadbeat dad of his ruined his fucking life. You criticize Steven for being such a crybaby, and so does his dad. But it's really his fault, isn't it? It's really his fault, because his dad was really just like, I don't want my son to have a lame-o life. I want him to have a Coolsville life, and like forced his son into like war, basically. It's like, yeah, like if you haven't seen Steven Universe, which is pretty good show, here's some spoilers. The ending, in the end, these are spoilers. In the end, Steven finds out that his life was a lie. Sort of. Like, he finds out that his dad sucks, and that his dad actually prevented him from having a safe and enjoyable childhood. His dad never provided shit for him, and he's just now realizing this. That his dad really just like screwed him every step of the way. His dad sold himself short too, and lives in a fucking van. And Steven saved the universe, because that was the kind of cool life that his dad imagined for him. But like, in the end, that's not at all what Steven wanted or needed. He wanted a peaceful life where he could just, live in harmony with the earth. And it's like, you never let me fucking have that, you piece of shit. So like, in the end, Steven's resentful towards his dad. But what if his... Yeah, I mean, his dad, like... Man, it's like, it gets worse. Like, if you think about, like, the real implications of everything in this show, his dad fucked his mom, which killed her. She died after she gave birth to Steven. Giving birth to Steven killed her. And, not only does Steven have to live without a mother, he has to live without a father, because his dad is too much of a deadbeat to actually raise him. So, if you know nothing about this show, all you know is that Steven's like a wuss. He's actually a hero against his will, because his shitty dad, who also thinks he's a wuss, has forced that kind of life onto him. And it's like, he thinks that he'd be grateful for this too, but he's resentful. He's like, yeah, Shoeball, I lived in a van just so you could save the universe. Isn't that funny? And he's like, no, I wanted meatloaf from grandma. Like, he finds out that his grandparents are alive and that he never got to see them because his dad thought they were, like, lame. His dad dreamed of a better life. Mr. Universe. He wanted to be Mr. Universe. And, Steven was his son, who is, he's the child of a deadbeat wannabe rock star and a space goddess warlord. So Steven is like, coming to terms with what he is a lot of the show. Because his mother is evil and his father is even more evil. And you kind of get the idea that his mother was evil and his father is what makes him good. But then by the end of the show, spoilers, you find out his father was just as flawed as his evil mom. Steven's always trying to forgive the villains, even if they're literally Hitler and trying to kill him. Yeah, he forgives them, but he can't forgive his father for what he did. That's what's really messed up. Because Steven wants to forgive everyone, but then he realizes that some of that is really taking a toll on him, and he doesn't have to be here for everybody all the time. You know, Audrey doesn't forgive Hitler, and I don't think Steven forgives White Diamond either. It's more that it's more important though to move on, as like it's more important to stop the harm they're causing so you can move on than it is to find forgiveness or redemption. You know, like Hitler doesn't get redeemed by the end of literally Hitler. Hitler would never redeem them, so it's not like they redeem him. It's more that they put him in a place where he can't hurt anyone. They move on from it. They don't let it come back again later. You know, like that's why I think Steven wants to redeem the villains, because they'll just come back later if we don't solve this. You know, like he's like, there's a peaceful solution here. We can solve this peacefully, and in fact, I think we can only resolve this peacefully. You know, that's mature for Shubis universe to think. I guess it's maybe immature for him to think that everyone can get along. That's not mature. That's really stupid to be like, everyone can get along. Because it's not even true. You can't even get along with your own family. You can't even get along with your father, much less White Diamond, who you say is also your family. You know, Steven's a wuss. Genocidal aliens are completely written off as nice later on, despite millions of dead worlds, untold death written off as nothing compared to his dad being a loser. Well, look, I don't think Audrey was when she redeems Hitler, you know, when she saves Hitler in the end, I don't think she was diminishing the loss of, you know, the Jews, or, you know, even her brother, who is possibly dead right now. I don't think she was diminishing that loss by trying to heal Hitler. I think she was actually doing everything to save Victor in that moment, you know, by saying, like, not only am I going to call the ambulance to save you and put you on oxygen immediately to save your life, I'm also going to talk to Hitler, and I'm not going to stop until he never fucks with you again. You know? Like, there's a real reason for Steven Universe to want to heal the genocidal dictator instead of destroy her. Although they explored that theme too. It's like Steven feels like, maybe I should destroy you. Maybe I should have destroyed you. There's a scene where he imagines killing White Diamond because, you know, maybe this was right. Maybe it was wrong to be so forgiving. But then, you know, he realizes this isn't me and runs away without hurting her. I do have respect for Steven Universe, but my god, the ending was ass. You know, I sort of agree, but I think it's tough to pull off a great ending when there's that much expectation. I think the ending was just okay, and that's what I deserve. That's what I get for wanting it to be better than just alright. You know, like, it's like, this better be good. Well, that was just okay. It's like, that's fine. You know, it's a good story no matter what. If I didn't like the way they told it, that doesn't necessarily mean the story has to die. Like, you know, they can bring it back and make it another, you know, make another Steven Universe movie and tell the story again, but better. Not necessarily wanting that to happen because it might not be better, but I don't know. I guess I'm feeling more charitable about the potential of stories that are already told because, you know, Steven Universe already did that. They told the story countless times of what happened. You know, like, there's no actual flashback episode because they do it strategically. They show it in, like, stylistic. You know, like, they have it, like, from Steven's point of view. So, like, they'll always retell it over and over to be like, from this new character's point of view, like whether it's Lapis or bismuth. It's like you have the characters telling the story of how the Earth was, the Earth war was fought, and it's like you never actually see it, and I don't think you should. And I've seen fans be like, man, it would be so cool if they actually showed the war. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They showed it 100 times. They just showed it in, like, they just didn't show it literally. They showed it as abstract, you know? Why do you want it to be shown literally? It's better this way because you get to imagine it. It's like the war was fought because Rose opposed the Diamonds, and then they fired, right? They fired a giant laser beam, and every time they show that off in the show, it's interesting. It's the same story, but it's done in a new way. It's like maybe it's done from the Diamonds' perspective this time. Maybe it's done from Lapis's perspective. But every time it's like, holy shit, that was so cool. They showed it. They didn't explain it. They just showed it. There was this bright flash. And it's like, you can do that with a lot of stories about a giant super weapon. It's like, you ever hear anyone talk about a nuclear blast? It's like, there was a bright flash brighter than the sun. That's the story. That's the whole story. And everyone who experienced it can tell it, and it will have that consistency. That's why I think it was better just, like, hinted at than actually showed. That would be so lame, like you thought the ending was ass. It was, because they showed too much. I think they made it very literal instead of, making it lore, making it implicit. Like, certain things would have been better if they had a higher budget. It's a TV show. They didn't really have the greatest budget in the world. And that's why I think, the ending might have been a little underwhelming, because the animation could have been a little more expensive, I think. But, that doesn't make it bad. That just makes it kind of unfinished. And to me, that's just an opportunity to work on it more later when there's more time. Thief and the Cobbler, for instance. That shit is not done, but it's still good. It'll be done one day. It'll be done one day when humans and computers and time, just the amount of time that passes can all contribute to that. Like, Steven Universe is also not even that different from lots of other anime, like DBZ, where it's like, you don't even need it to come back. You just want it to be retold in a new way. It's like pink, it's pink DBZ, basically. Of course, some people would prefer DBZ came back. That's fine. DBZ never left, so it doesn't have to come back. But, Steven Universe is a much better Western adaptation of DBZ than, like, Dragon Ball Evolution, which is a literal fucking adaptation. Like, Steven Universe is like, well, what if it was about, like, a fat boy? He's American now. There's something interesting about that. Like, DBZ might have some of the same concepts, but it doesn't have that one. It doesn't have, what if Goku is American? Something like that. It's like he's got American sensibilities. He's, a little fatter. Honestly, I think all the characters in Dragon Ball Z should be fat, because that would make the most sense, right? So let's look at it this way. You're Goku, right? Let's say you look like this. You're just like regular buff dude. Not like too huge, just like regular. Now, if you fire a beam that's 20 times bigger than your own body, you should be, like, freaking emaciated after doing that. Like, where'd all that energy come from? Your hair would look even bigger than before. So, I think the only thing that really makes sense is if Goku starts the fight off, like, really overweight, and then, like, after fighting for a few hours, he becomes, like, really emaciated. Like, oh no, Goku's really skinny now. He's gonna lose. We gotta feed him or something. I mean, that would be too fetishy. But I think it would be possibly like sumo if the characters were really overweight And like, you know, the fatter you are, the longer you can go for. And it's like, oh no, Cell is still pretty fat. Oh yeah, they even did that where Cell was fat. He looked like this. And he was like, oh, ha, ha, ha. But like, you know, like, I think it'd be funny because they already do that where Goku eats like an entire room full of food. You know, he eats like an entire fridge full of food already because it's like maybe the writer was kind of thinking about it, like where's he get all the energy to do this? But like they never show it because like you know, fat is nothing but energy stored on your body. So like in order to release like a giant beam like that, you would have to have it come from somewhere. Although I guess they might explain that in the show as like Goku gathers energy from the world. How's the Audrey and Victor animation going? Also, what do you think of the massive complex storytelling in most modern animation? Complex storytelling? I guess I'm more about the simple stuff. Yeah. Complex is fine if you can keep track of it. I don't think I'm quite brainy enough to do that. But also I don't think that it being simple necessarily makes it unable to be complex later. I would prefer it if it was simple, but a character or a show with a really simple premise, but it has the opportunity to become more complex. I think is a better idea because, you know, you don't want it to be not fully realized. I think Audrey and Victor is a simple character dynamic with potential for bigger, more extravagant plots. But it needs to have that bedrock foundation. You have to have characters that are just good by themselves. You can't have characters that are only good in a grand story. I just don't agree with that. I think that the grand story will get boring if your characters are not instantly good if they're on screen for 2 seconds. You know, I think it's not a bad idea to do a grand story, to do a complex story, as you say, but it's risky. And I'm not okay with everyone taking that same risk and, like, you know, everyone getting tired of complex stories as a result. I'm not tired of them. I just don't really have the resources to keep track of them. I'm not brainy enough, really. I would rather explore characters and themes than plots. I don't think plots are that important at all. Yeah, like, I think this plot is not that exciting. If I were to describe the cartoon plot to you, you wouldn't even want to watch it, probably. It's like, a boy has a crush on a girl. Wow. Never seen a fucking cartoon about that. Sounds boring. Sounds like I want to fucking die watching it. Right? Don't you just, like, feel like that'll bore you to sleep? It's like, it's a cute cartoon with a boy who has a crush. Yeah, like, people hear boy has a crush on girl, and they're like, what? You fucking crazy? That's so boring, asshole. Why not make it a boy with a crush on a boy? Now that's fun. That's something. Why do you hate? Why do you hate boy-on-boy action? What's wrong with, you know, like, shit like that is, like, people think that your idea is unoriginal if you pose it to them in a way that they can come up with it. But it's my idea, so it's not boring to me. Well, like, I don't think a story needs to be anything more than what it is. Like, the expectation just goes up and up when it should be the same. Right? Like, when there's a new show, you should hope that no matter how complex the story gets, you'll like the characters and the setting. But I think that's changing. That's been the case for a little while now with like animated shows having deeper plots because people want more out of them. They don't want Bert and Ernie. They want, Bert and Ernie goes to the moon or whatever. They want something deep. I don't know. But that's silly. These are shows for children. They should have a little bit of depth, but like remember your audience that you're trying to go for. I guess they probably do, since like there's depth, but it's also like done in ways that kids can understand it. I don't think kids are stupid. Just because you make something for kids to understand doesn't make it stupid either. I think it's good to define a word in a cartoon, especially if you think kids might be watching it. You used a big word. Why don't you define it for the kids watching? It's like I've seen things that do that, and I like when that happens. It's like Phineas and Ferb will do that shit. It'll be like, that's a big word. Let's define it. Septuagenarian means old person. Like, it's an interesting word that even I didn't know. Bert and Ernie's ship is Bernie. It's a pretty good one. their spaceship. I mean, Bert and Ernie in space would be great, but even that's not an epic saga by itself. That's still just a really basic gag premise, just like Bert and Ernie themselves. But like, the idea of them being in space sort of implies something more grand and epic. It's like space where no man or puppet has ever gone. Space with its infinite beauty, with its infinite vastness. It's just one of the perfect. It's like a perfect. It's the perfect setting for a web cartoon, isn't it? Audrey and Victor season 3 in space. It's the perfect setting. But why? I don't know. It's just like probably has something to do with like media being informed by Star Trek nerds. Like even non-Star Trek fans will be like, yeah, space exploration for like some other show. And it's like you're not even a fan of Star Trek, but you're probably influenced by people who were fans of it. Like Futurama is a great show where it's like, let's go to space. And it's just like, I didn't watch Star Trek, but they did. And then you watch other shows like Space Tree, The Space Tree. And it's like, this is a cartoon that's inspired by Futurama, which is inspired by Star Trek. So it's like you get all kinds of shows that are like in space. Like Rick and Morty. If they'd kept going with Arrested Development, that would have gone to space too. That's a show. If you've never seen Arrested Development, it's like a live action cartoon almost. It's really fucking good. One of the best comedies in history. Very influential to me and my humor. But the reason I'm bringing it up is because it does everything. It manages to have it both ways. They have a really complex, confusing, ongoing, and just like impressive too story in that show. They have a really good story going on. It's so complicated and confusing, and there's so many moving parts to this story. But at no point do they ever lose that Burton nerdy kind of like chemistry between the characters. You know, there's just always in every beat of the plot, they manage to keep the character interactions just as fresh and funny and classic as they were in the first episode. Like, for instance, Michael, like, let's say you have two brothers, right? You have Michael, he's like angry, he's got his hands in his pockets all the time. And Job, it's like, this is like a classic Bert and Ernie. It's like, you have the guy who's angry, he's got fucked up hair, he does everything, he never gets a break, no one cares about him, no one gives him any attention, no one ever, he just constantly feels bad for himself. And then you have his brother, who's just a constant fuck up. Everyone loves him. He constantly gets attention when he cries. He's always gloating and being mean to his brother. He's always riding a stupid Segway. He's a magician. He thinks he thinks very highly of himself, and then is just like a complete loser when anything goes wrong. And it's like, from the first episode you see these two to the fucking end, they're exactly the same. But like the plot changes. It's like sometimes their situation changes where it's like, now this brother is in the position where he can help the other brother, and the gloating brother is like on his knees begging him, and he's like, I've made a huge mistake. And it's like, you gotta help me, Michael. I've made a huge mistake. And it's like, why should I help you after you treated me like an asshole? It's like, but Michael, you were an asshole too. You made me eat a candied apple because you wouldn't give me a banana. Well, you wouldn't pay for the banana, asshole. So like, you just have this shit. It's like there's actual plot that comes forth from these actions that, like, Michael wouldn't give his brother a banana for free, so his mother found out and took something away from Michael. It's like the plot is set into motion by these little interactions. I don't even know how they managed to make this show, and I don't think they do either, because it got bad after Netflix brought it back. It wasn't the same. What happened? I'm explaining a great show, Arrested Development. It's just like a funny show about two brothers, but so much more. There's a whole family, and the whole family is dysfunctional. Kind of like The Sopranos. It's a little bit like if The Sopranos was a comedy. It's controlled chaos. Yeah, it's a very complex story, but it has all this humanity to it that it just keeps it from ever getting like too complicated for you to like. It's like, I remember the first time I watched it, I didn't get it. I didn't understand why this was a good show. But then by the second episode I watched, you understand the characters, and then it's like, oh, everything is funny because the characters. You understand the characters, and that's why everything's funny. Anyway, this looks done. Let me see what else I can do. Got any other pearls? What the fuck are you face? Yeah, I don't know. Victor's not done here, but Audrey should start speaking before that. Wisdom. Stretch that. Beat. Double blah blah blah. Live life as if you'd already lived it. Yeah, maybe just like remove a few of those frames. With audiences getting attached to these characters, do you think animated shows, movies function as empathy machines? Um, Maybe. I think that is the goal of entertainment for some, to evoke empathy. It's like, why would you want a story like this? Like anything. Why would you want any story? It's so you can relate to it, right? It's like, wow, this story is so relatable. It's like, that's cool. That's a cool feeling, isn't it? But yeah, it could also make you feel more compassionate. It could make you feel more interested in something. Like, yeah, I think, a low fantasy like Narnia might make you feel more passionate about wardrobes. Like maybe you start to think that your imagination, like what's in the wardrobe, could be more interesting than anything. In Narnia, if you don't know those books, they have a wardrobe that just like a big wood thing full of clothing, and they go in, and it's a magic land. It's like the land of Ooh from Adventure Time. It's just like a vast, endless, magical mystery world. And it's like the idea that you could escape into a wardrobe is based on the kind of reality that they had back then when that book was written. It was like World War. It's like real shit. Where are you going to hide? You're gonna hide in your own imagination from the World War. And I feel like in our culture, at least, that's where that comes from. This idea of escaping to another reality, which there's a lot of Disney cartoons about that now, and like becoming a hero of that land. This slow mode is painfully slow. I mean, it's slow because I'd rather you think about what you say. Kind of strange, a YouTuber with 1 million subs only has 50 viewers. That's fine with me. It is kind of weird, but whatever. I'm not like really looking for millions of viewers. I just need to stream so that I can get my work done. I mean, I guess I slack off on stream too, but at least I do it in public where everyone can admonish me for it. Like, I'm no different from your UPS guy or your Grubhub guy. You could watch me with a bloodshot eye while I do my fucking job and make sure I get it done. You ever do that shit? I feel like a fucking bad guy when I do that. You ever do that with Grubhub? I feel like a villain. It's like, yeah, like in a video game, like Pizza Tower, the bad guy will just be like watching you from a screen. It's just like eyes are everywhere. It's like that's me to my Grubhub driver when he's delivering my food. I'm just like watching him on a map on my phone. It's just like big bloodshot eye. I'm a bad guy wanting my food. Is the Hitler video getting a sequel? Because that's the same kids. Yeah, it's not a sequel exactly. It's just the same characters. The Hitler kids. I'm hungry. I gotta get something to eat. Do you see this? What is this? What is this? It's Swiss cheese. Okay? Now, here. Whoop. What is this? What is this? It's the hole from my slice of Swiss cheese. I'll put it back. May I have an explanation on why your name sounds similar to Joel G, the guy who made Ina? Well, that's on purpose, so I can steal some of his glory, steal some of his valor, like I fought in a war that I didn't. Yeah, I love Ina. I love Ina so much I created Ina. I do the voice of Ina. Hello, it's me, Ina. I'm going to kill myself. Roast beef. Because that's so interesting, isn't it? Can't imagine what you smell like. I smell like beef and cheese. Just like Santa from Elf. Hand over the wisdom. Don't you mean paw over the wisdom? Paw it over. That was so cheesy, but could have been worse. We get a little random on this stream. Cheese. Like that. Sometimes I just shout out cheese because I'm funny. You know. But people tell me that's not funny, so I try to make it a little more funny. Like nuclear monkey cheese rockets. Fa-boom. See, that wasn't that unfunny. I'm gonna be the biggest thing on the internet in the year 1999 with my new show, Nuclear Monkey Cheese Rockets. And yes, it's a real thing. Yes, I'm serious. Nuclear Monkey Cheese Rockets. Hey, you think I'm joking? Until I make it for real. And the really fucked up thing is not that I make it and that it's real. The fucked up thing is that it's good. And you're like, yeah, okay, fine, I admit it. Nuclear Monkey Cheese Rockets was pretty good. It made me really nostalgic for the 2000s. I mean, I thought my Swiss cheese gag was pretty funny. And I realized that, you know, hilarious people like me have been held back by those who would shame you for making lol random cheese jokes. But it was funny as fuck. I was like, look at this. What is this? It's Swiss cheese. Now what is this? It's the whole. Everyone should steal that joke and do it. And like, people won't know exactly what you're doing until it's too late. And by then, they probably won't be laughing. However, I think it's worth it. Can't wait for Victor. That is a good name for this. Victor. Hang to PT later so I can get stronger to do creative work like you. Cool. PT? Pizza Tower? Pizza Tower? $20 on Steam? PT? Perfect Tides? Perfect Tides? Even less, maybe? $15 on Steam? PT? Physical therapy? Like, physical therapy, the physical kind? I guess that makes sense if you're going to get stronger. Good luck with your PT. Whichever one it is. Physical therapy, I assume. Come on, Joe. Well, yeah, but just because you know what someone's talking about doesn't mean you don't get to make jokes. Whoops. Which is Bert and which is Ernie? As if you have to think about it. Literally the only fucking thing he's missing is the unibrow. And he almost has it here. Excuse me. Pizza Tides would be a tight game. Yeah, it's like it's like peanut butter and chocolate. You can just like put them together. Bird is Victor, so that obviously makes him gay. Well, just because fans all agree on something doesn't mean it's true. Victor's shouting. He's like proclaiming his love as loud as he can. And Lenny and Carl are like, what'd he say? I don't know, something about being gay. I'm not even listening to this music, I'm just like making my own. It's time to vape. Vape or wave. It's time to play vape or wave. Let's see. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Alright, that was a wave. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that was another wave. 3, 2, 1. There's no way it'll be another wave this time. Yep, that was a vape. Okay, there's no way, though, it'll be another vape. It was vape. Alright. Let's do a real wave. Okay, now let's do a real vape. Do the Pinocchio impression. Vape. Bless me. Blesseth art thou. Blessed are the. Do weird mouth. Do like a weird face. It's like Austin and Vicky. You're doing a gender swap? Because, you know, I talked to the creator and he said that's not allowed. It's not allowed. Because the creator said so. You're not supposed to interpret them. No, I'm just joking. I'm just making fun. I'm just being an asshole again. Making fun of my hero, Miyamoto, who people made fun of by spreading a false quote that he asked people to stop drawing them kissing. Dude, the lighting in the scene is tight. Mwah! Thank you. That is true. And you know why? Because it is done by hand. Could a computer do that? No, but I could do it with a computer. Yeah, you know, I'm not opposed to AI art. I'll say it. I think it's cool. I think it's neat. I think it'll save us all. But it'll also destroy us all. So we gotta accept the good with the bad. Like, you can kiss your job goodbye. That is not a... In my opinion, that is not a hyperbole to say it's coming for our jobs. But it's just like... It's still short-sighted, and it's not thinking of the actual potential. It's like, jobs don't need to exist. Jobs are dumb. It's like, we'd rather not have them. The only thing is, like, under capitalism, your job is your life, so they can maybe kill you now if they don't need you anymore. But I wouldn't know anything about that. You know, no one in my family has been systematically erased at a time when industry was taking over and changing everything. I don't think an AI would really be suited for this job, but I know one day it'll be able to do this exact shit. Like, it can already pretty much handle the task of adding this lighting, can't it? It just won't do it in the exact way I want it to yet. You know, like... Problem with AI is that it's not good enough yet. It needs to be even better. You know, it's not actually taking my job yet. And I'm pissed off about that. I wanted to take away my job. As much work as I can possibly afford to give to it, I will. I'm not interested in sacrificing quality. But if it doesn't sacrifice quality, I will be all over that shit. All over it. And the best part is that no one will even be able to tell. You know, people will... For the next year or two, people are going to be like, hey, what's this shit? This AI shit. But after that, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. So you're not going to even complain. And everything, in 5 years, everything will use fucking AI. You know, like everyone will have become accustomed to it by you know, 10, 20 years down the line. It'll be like, pretty much every production will have it in 5 years. Pretty much every individual will understand it in 20 years. God, that is a small amount of shit to have to fix. John Lasseter, you're an asshole for making me fix this. You're an asshole. You made me fix this, and you made me hug you. Both of them sucked. Both were unpleasant. Also, I feel like there's a lot of these lines are actually crustified when I noodle with these, like when I give these shaded or highlighted areas a thing. But it's like so subtle that even I can't really tell from far away, so I don't think it's that big a deal. Just gotta watch out. I'm sad now. I'm listening to this sad music, which is making me feel sad. That's something I do. Problem with AI art is that computers will always do exactly what you tell them to do. The charm from human art is often in the intentional, unintentional errors they make. Cool tech, though. I think there is a kind of like interesting way of making weirdness that they do that we don't. That I like to see more of. You know, I'd like to see AI art like go a little off the rails. Like see how they handle kind of like being allowed to do what they want, and like, you know, not necessarily telling them what they want either, letting them figure it out. Yeah, it is kind of soulless right now because it either takes too much from some real artist, or it like produces something that's just not even like really that, you know, relatable human as a human. Like it's a perfect image, but it's like empty, you know. I feel like we're not there yet with AI art, but we will be in just a few short years. It could even be this year for all we fucking know. This looks really bad. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's a lot better. Screw 80s dark fantasy. I want to see some 2000 Saturday morning cartoon AI. You know, I think the reason people are doing so much of that like 80s sitcom thing is because that's what's easy for it to do. Cartoons are not. It doesn't know how to do cartoons really. It's getting there, but it's taking a long time. Which, you know, that's good for me. That means my job's not gone just yet. You know, what cartoons have they been producing besides the bullshit Caillou that's like fake Caillou on Go Animate? That's AI cartoons. So, you know, they gotta catch up. They can't do this shit that I do. But I'm not gonna delude myself. I'm pretty sure that is coming imminently. You know, it could be right now. It could be available right this second. An animated cartoon AI that looks just like this or better. I've seen some pretty great cartoon drawings. It's getting better at just like drawing cartoons. Like, you know, my Mid-Journey generations are getting better. They're, you know, here I'll find some. I made a couple Victor ones. Here's Victor and Vera hugging and screaming. Here's anime style Victor and Vera hugging. And here's Victor and Vera hugging in a Norman Rockwell-esque style. That was the prompt. I don't think it really looks that Norman Rockwell-esque. It's not realistic enough, but that's what I asked for. And I think the first one was no prompt. I think it was just like, you know, I fed it an image of a cartoon and it understood it as a cartoon, but not like a 2D cartoon, more like a 3D cartoon. Fanfics. Yeah, this is all Victor's fucking fantasy. Now draw them getting an education. Alright, these are such bad spots. These colors I need, they should just be right next to each other, but they're not. Oh no. I mean, maybe I could just like dump, can I just dump these? Or maybe I can arrange them? I'm not sure. Whoops. These color swatches are useful, but they're also like, for some reason I don't think I can move them around. No, it's not that. Sort by color. That's not it either. Because now look, now they're all just mixed to fuck. That's even worse. I mean, I can see where the colors are, I guess. That's not even the right one. I think it might be one of these. So now I don't even know where they are. Okay, it's there. That's an even worse spot now. Oops. So I'm stupid. You probably can't even see me fucking with these color thingies because it's in a little pop-up menu. Maybe I can re-sort them? Sort colors. Or I can do clear colors. Okay, now there's none. Alright, let me just get the 2 colors I need. There you go. Hey! Terrible drawing. It's not that it's a bad drawing. What I mean is, like, this is a terrible thing to have to do. Yeah, that's all not right. Ugh, don't make them too detailed. We're almost there. Here at Pixar, we have no fucking chill. That's pretty good enough. Yep, it was pretty good enough already. Here at Pixar, we show you our car. Joe, do you ever talk with your hands? Sure. Yeah, I do all this fucking shit. Will you ever make them date? Because in one video you made where he seems she was about to ask him out or something, but his sister got in the way. How can you blame his sister for that? She got in the way. It's like Kevin from Mission Hill blaming his brother for his lack of game. You didn't give me time to work my magic! You know, it was really him who ruined his chances. But in this scene, his sister is telling him he still has a chance. Take? Port? Oh god. Why does it look darker? Oh, because I already added just take a thin that. End that. Take a thin. Oh no, take a thin dies. Takethan lost his lines is the problem. Because they're like very slightly off by like millionths of a millimeter. So I'm gonna have to, I guess, do it manually. You know, just because I like AI doesn't mean I'm lazy. I do everything fucking manually. Every fucking thing. It's like saying that you're lazy because you drive an automatic instead of a stick shift. Wow, you drive an automatic car? You're so lazy. You should drive a horse. Like me. I'm just better. Because I use Flash 8. That makes me better. I'm better than you. That's why I do it, because I think I'm better. No, I mean, that's ridiculous. The bad drawings of Audrey. that actually looks fine except for that one finger. Now try. Yeah, that looks fine. That doesn't look that bad. It's fine. It's not that bad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, so don't get mad. Joe, I can't believe you're using a computer instead of painting on cave walls with powder made from mammoth tooth. You know, in the old days, I would get up and I would go like, but now I have better ways of coping with my anger. You, sir, are simply wrong, and I am just going to do what I love without acting like a crazed animal. Right? Yeah, that's good. Right? It's like maybe just like a bit of give with that. Right? Yeah, maybe not. It's too like it's I'm trying to decide like the things that should get the lighting and things that should not. It's like depending on where the lighting is coming from. It's like should this get thinner or bigger? Yeah, it might actually get bigger for just this one frame. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting a little bit too detailed with the lighting, I think. Should just be like a single like that is good. Why is there so much stuff on screen? I don't know, I just like it. This makes me happy. Right? What's wrong? The fucking chicken. That chicken dad. What's wrong? Try to do as little as I can because there's lots of frames. Although I don't do this shit too often. I don't do much shading or highlighting in my videos, so it's not so bad having to do it for 2 characters in one scene. You know, just as a once in a while thing. It's, you know, it becomes worth it. Makes the scene more dramatic. I have to nail that animation first, though. That, I don't know if that's final. That doesn't quite look right. But, you know, for now, I'll get these poses because they look pretty good. What am I doing wrong here? Did I do something wrong? No, that's the right color. Yeah, that's also... I guess maybe it should just have, like, a little bit more... There's not enough contrast yet. It's like a tiny bit more. Oh no, but I can because I have to update like all of these. I mean, I could just update all of those, but I'd rather just, you know, not. It's okay for it to be like a little bit bigger here, and then, you know, she moves and the shadow gets smaller. I don't know. Yep, there you go. Put it in between where it's in the middle. Oh yeah, also this is missing from some of these frames. She's not. Wait, there also should probably be right here something. It's like literally could just like draw it. It's that small. I could just do that. That might look shitty, but we'll see. It's not really that big a deal. Yeah, there's an easier way to do this. I'm just not doing it because it doesn't always come out easier. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that for this too, because fuck it. It looks bad now. It's bothering me. Go to Subway, what do I get? I don't know. I wouldn't go to Subway, so I wouldn't be the one to choose for you. I'm not, personally not a big fan of Subway's food. It's like, only will eat it if it's really all I have. And, you know, then I'll be extra grateful for it, but I still won't like it. Can you draw shoes with a buckle? That's a lot of details. I don't feel like it. I mean, I gave Audrey shoes like that, kinda. And literally Hitler, she had the same shoes as her mom, which looked like I already forget how it was drawn. It's like that. Yeah, that's basically it, right? It's like a shoe with a strap. And I'm not gonna keep consistent which way the strap goes. Don't be silly. I'm not like really thinking that hard about it. But even not thinking that hard about it is a lot of work to try and keep that, you know, that level of detail consistent. So in this cartoon, Audrey's shoes are just that, because I didn't feel like drawing them even, you know, more detailed than that. Do you even see them? I mean, you see them in this scene, but you don't. I think you only see the bottom of them. Yeah, you see the bottoms of her feet, which are just, you know, would look like that no matter if I was making them with more or less detail. So you don't even know. She might be wearing the more detailed shoes, and you just don't know. Victor's shoes are really basic. They're just, you know, fucking Family Guy feet. In Family Guy, every character has the most basic ass shoes. They just look like this shit. And it's, you know what? They're right. They're right to make their characters easy to draw. But not for long, because in like 5 minutes ago, you'll be able to make Family Guy episodes look awesome with just the click of a fucking mouse on this fucking AI shit. It's cool, but it's also like creepy as fuck. It's like I turned Family Guy into a nightmare. It's like, well, it's kind of an interesting nightmare though. It's you know, I'm dreaming this nightmare. It's like there's so much you can do with that. Like, you know, okay, so here's my new animation pipeline that has nothing to do with my current one, which is all, you know, storyboard, sketch, you know, rough, color, whatever, finished. Instead, it's gonna be prompt to prompt to prompt. It's gonna be prompt to fucking shitty Caillou episode of Go Animate, right? It's just like, here's just like a shitty Family Guy-esque AI-generated crapola pile. And it looks bad, but you can take that same exact thing and rerun it through the same, you know, well, not the same AI, different AI actually, and you'll get the fucking Chad version of that shit. It'll be like, holy fuck, that crap that started out as like Go Animate, it looks real now. It's like they're changing the shots and everything. It's like, holy fuck. And then suddenly by the third iteration, it's just like, you know, it's just like legendary fucking Caillou movie adaptation, you know, like Terminator fucking 2 is basically what you should be thinking here. It's just like the third iteration of this AI shitty Family Guy Caillou is now a Hollywood picture winning, you know, millions of awards because it's like the AI just keeps improving on itself and like getting more advanced and shit. And it's like, yeah, it will replace people like me. But that's fine. I don't care. Because to me, it's just another tool. I can use it. I can use it. Even if other people are gonna use it for evil, that doesn't mean I have to. Or, you know, I'm not like them. Because evil would be to use it just to, like, cut corners. But I don't need to use it now. I would use it to enhance my shit. You know, right now, this looks good. But it looks good because, you know, I put the time and effort into it. I put the care into it. I'm not trying to think of ways where I can get rid of the time and care. I'm just trying to think, like, how can my time and care be even more valuable? Because it does feel like a lot of my efforts are wasted. Sometimes. Oh yeah, I should also add that one. Huh. I guess it's not going in. Oh well. Just gotta sample it every time then. I guess it was already. Anyway. Let's continue. Shall we? Oh, what? Damn it, that was such a good stroke, too. Turned off paint inside, and I couldn't use the stroke I just did. Just a little bit of detail. I don't want it to be too taxing to work on this. Yeah, that's like almost perfect. Yeah, zoom out and you can barely see it. So just like that maybe. Yeah, that's good. Is the last thing. Is Audrey and Victor inspired by anyone you know or knew? Well, sure. But I mean, you don't have to think too hard about it, do you? You know, think about any cartoon where the characters are like mother, father, brother, sister, that sort of thing. This is where the ideas come from, you know? I have lots of siblings, so... You know, I have 3 siblings, so the ideas come from real life. Somewhat, you know, not all of them. That's too small now. This one's too big. Yeah, like, I think, you know, saying about what someone was saying before about complex stories versus simple ones, I think you can have both. I think a complex story is actually served really well by simple concepts, like, like for instance, yeah, Futurama is actually pretty good at it. Like, they'll do sci-fi stuff, like, you know, they'll have like Fry, who's like a dimwit, having like the ideas like explained to him by the professor. You know, like, it's like, Professor, how come I had a weird commercial dream? And he's like, oh, it's very simple, Fry. The commercial gets into your brain like this liquid gets into this egg. But instead of liquid, it's gamma radiation. You know, it's just like, the way he explains it to the simpleton is basically how the show explains everything to you. Because, you know, the average viewer doesn't understand applied, like, quantum physics, mathematics, or whatever they had, whatever degrees they had to get to make this show. Which is a really interesting idea. Like, you know, our society makes fun of the idea, even people who work on shows like Futurama constantly make fun of the idea of worthless degrees. But then they also, like, they turn around and they do a show like Futurama, which could never have existed without those worthless degrees. Which is actually really interesting. I've never thought about it before. That, like, David X. Cohen he went to school for, like, I don't remember if it was quantum physics or something like that. But it's like it's a field of science or mathematics that has absolutely no use in the real world. It's all in the realm of theory. And it's like, those fucking degrees just turned into little jokes in Futurama. There's no such thing as a worthless degree, just knowledge unvalued by rich people. That's true, yeah. No, I mean, it's just that, like, how often in your own life do you think you can use quantum physics? Maybe not very often. you can make a joke about it in Futurama that 3 people will appreciate, and that's actually kind of worth it. Yeah, like, and even the fucking shitty rich people will be like, well, people seem to be laughing at these jokes, so I guess I'll keep giving them money to make this show. And then they're like, hey, I suppose my degree wasn't so worthless after all. Maybe I'm not crazy, too. Yeah, I mean, like, it is a little crazy, isn't it? To, like, you know, this guy... You know, what's crazier? Going to school for quantum physics or becoming a TV writer after that? It's like, dude, there must be some quantum physics way of explaining this stuff. That, like, you started out on a very different life path and ended up almost on the same one, despite it being completely different from what you expected. You know, like, it's like me whenever I think about, like if I have to draw a house, for instance, I think about how I used to want to be an architect. And it's like, oh, well, that's back now. You know, me and my limited knowledge of houses, I can actually draw this house, like, 1% better because I actually have sort of a background. You know, I took a couple classes when I was a kid in architectural drawing, and it's like for a limited time I was like, maybe I'll be an architect for, you know, for a job, for a career. I'll design homes, and you know that didn't happen, but it's because I wasn't passionate about that. But I still draw houses in my work, so I never really actually got off of that path. It just wasn't for me to apply that class towards a career. You know, like, you say that the degree is worthless, but that's just because you didn't apply it towards a career in the way that was expected. And yet the guy, David Cohen, still applied it to his career just in an unexpected way. It's like, that show is so unique because of these jokes that they have they actually have a real joke that comes from a true understanding, or, you know, at least, like, you know, a background in quantum physics and other fields of mathematics and science and theoretical fields like that. That, like, you have jokes that you'd never hear in Star Trek. You'd have, you know, they'd say stuff about, like, you know, they do that episode where, like, time keeps slipping, and they have, like, you know, they sort of explain it with math. And it's funny that, like, they actually get this granular with all the, like, stuff. Like, there's the episode where the professor meets himself from another universe because he created a box that contains another universe, and, like, they don't have chins, so, like, he has to team up with the alternate professor to figure out how to, you know, figure this out and how to get back to our own universes and not mess up the other universe because they're in a box. So, you know, I don't think they actually show their work. Like, they might have, like, a giant chalkboard with nonsense on it behind them, and they're just, like, you know, pouring over it. But, like, you know, this plot could happen a million different ways, too. Like, Professor could time travel to see another version of himself to team up with. That, you know, that might have also happened. There's writing on their heads. I'm a little bit caffeinated. But yeah, like, that is cool, I think. It's like, you know, luckily I didn't spend years and years on a degree in architecture that I would never use. But I did learn a little bit from my limited time, and I definitely would have learned more if I'd spent more time doing it. You know, like, I remember seeing the architecture classes at my school and thinking, holy shit, I took the wrong major. These are cool. And, well, maybe it's not too late. I could go right back there. I could march right back in and be like, hey, I'm making architecture now. I'm the architecture guy. You know, I don't even have to do that. I could just make a cartoon, which is, you know, that's my work, that's my path. And it's not getting off of that path just because I thought I'd have a different path. You know, I realized that when you design something for real life, it only exists in real life. But when you design something for a cartoon, it's like, it's for a cartoon and it's like also in real life. Right? Like, imagine, you know, you're Luke Skywalker. Or not Luke Skywalker. You're George Lucas. And Luke Skywalker just woke up and his hand is all different. This is his new life, right? He's got a prosthetic hand. And even though this didn't exist when this movie was made, this robot hand, it exists now. And I think you can credit Star Wars with inspiring people to make shit like this. You can. It's like, it probably would have happened either way, just because robot hand is inevitable and cool. But you have to give a little credit to the people who inspired it. Like, that's true. You'll see someone saying, I made this because I saw Star Wars as a kid and thought that was cool. You know? It's like, you're an inventor when you're a creator, when you're a cartoonist. And, you know, Star Wars isn't a cartoon, but it's the same shit. You're an inventor. You get to invent stuff that can't exist. Stuff that cannot be realized in the real world yet, but will be. And that's... You might be the best YouTuber. Well, I don't know that many YouTubers, but there's definitely... Well, you know, look, I don't think I'm the best. I really don't think I'm the best. But I'm better. I think I'm better. Not better than anyone else. I'm just better. I'm better because I need to be better. I need to be better than myself. I need to make my videos better than every other video. You know? Being the best is impossible, and it's also wrong to try to be the best. But being better is great. That's smart. That's what I want to be. I want to be better. I want to be like Beetlejuice. He gets better. That's his theme song. It's like, you know, Beetlejuice. Let me try. He gets better. He's a tough guy. And he knows. He does the best I can. This is Beetle, and he's bad as can. He knows he's the best. This is Beetle, and he's bad as can. He knows. You like that kind of? It's got facial hair. Yeah, that's it. He's big and he's strong. He's got 3 teeth and he's a midget. He has a tiny head. And he's in a bad mood. And he hates the Jews. And he's black. He's a tough guy. And he's mad and I don't know why. This is Beetle. He's as bad as can. He knows he's the best. Well, he knows he's the best, but I think it's more important that he's better. You know, he gets better. He's actually quite disabled. You know, this is a man that he is 40 or 50 or 60 years old, possibly. He's got a very small head. Like, you know, I actually exaggerated his features a little too much. You know, I didn't want to make him look too tall, but because he's not a tall man. He's very small. And he's very dumb. He doesn't understand basic things. Like, if you give him a potato and tell him it's a phone, he'll talk to it for a long time. You know, I think he's also performing, and he knows that people underestimate him. But like, he's quite like out of it, you know. Like sometimes he understands things, and like they have no idea what kind of things he'll understand. He's just like really out of it, and like he wears diapers, so like he's not in full control of his bodily functions. So like, you know, he's not really in control of his mouth or his teeth. He's, you know, a little midget, a little guy. He had a job as like an entertainer that you could like throw him. And it's like, that's so fucked up, but you know, that was his job. That's how he got on Howard Stern and became a celebrity. And it's like his teeth are all like gone. Like there's a portrait, there's like a photo of him that he just like looks like this. It's just like a giant picture of him with his 3 teeth. Just like pelican like Howard looking at art. He's, you know, he's very tall but has a hunch. He wears like a black thing and has a belly. He's like not that fat but has a gut. Howard and Robin with her big hair and her big boobs. And Baba Booey, who's just a chimpanzee holding a banana. Yeah, I think that shoulder is kind of far out. It could be for this, because it's like it's like moving. Don't know about this one though. Whew. This is Beetle. Yeah, I know I'm the best, but I also get better. I'm just like Beetlejuice. I'm fucking disabled. Nah, I'm not even close to being nearly as, you know, imperiled as him. He needs like literal handlers. Yeah, like if Beetlejuice goes missing, everyone panics. If no one's heard from him, he's like missing. Like it's like we lost him. He's gone missing. It's like, where'd he go? He didn't say. It's like that's not my life. My life is nowhere near like that. I don't have people whose job it is to stress over my whereabouts. You know, I guess some people do that, but they're not getting paid for it. All right. I don't need handlers. People don't need to handle me. But it would be nice to get someone to change my diaper. I mean, that's not actually nice. That's Beetlejuice's life, and that's not nice. That must suck. Having to wear diapers, like, you know, that's frustrating for the people in your life that you're like shitting yourself. And like he's like really embarrassed about it too. He'll always deny it. Like he's like, I don't wear diapers. I don't shit myself. Fuck you, I don't say that. Like he'll always get on the offensive if someone even suggests that he wears diapers. It's like, dude, we know you wear diapers, it's okay. But, no, I don't wear fucking diapers, fuck you. Like, you wear fucking diapers. Like, he'll just always do that shit. And, like, his anti-Semitic stuff, I don't know if he's really anti-Semitic. I think he's too stupid to understand that shit. Although, I don't know, maybe it doesn't... Maybe it's not necessarily not anti-Semitic just because you're really stupid. You know, Beetlejuice is just like... He's barely able to take accountability for his own bodily functions? So, like, how can he be really accountable for what he says about the Jews? Like, are you really asking this 4-foot-tall, brainless little oaf to apologize for saying that he hates the Jews? I can't even... I don't think he even remembers saying that. You know, I guess it's, you know... It's fine to tell him off, but only when he says it, because I don't think he understands it's bad to do that. It's like, I don't think we need to cancel Beetlejuice. I really think that would be unnecessary. Don't you think? It's like, Beat, what the fuck are you doing? You're not supposed to say all that shit. It's like... It's not like he's really getting much money. It's like, oh, you hate Jews, do you? Well, let's see how you are when we cut you off from money. It's like, we don't need to do that. You know, Beetlejuice is like, he's like a fucking little gremlin. He's, you know, there's nobody like him who has to live like that. Are diapers a bad thing, though? Super convenient, you don't have to get up and go to the bathroom. Yeah, it's a bad thing when you don't have a choice. I would say if you like that, that's fine, but he doesn't really have control over his bowels, so it's not a good thing. It's not convenient for him. It's not convenient for the people in his life if he's just, like, you know, unable to control himself. But yeah, I mean, you know, I guess if diapers were more convenient, everyone would wear them. They'd be more popular if it was, like, more comfortable to be in a diaper. You know, that's not something that people generally want to be. It's something that they have to be. You know. But that would be funny. I expect that to happen one day. Like, diapers, or, like, they invent a diaper that's, like, it's basically just like underwear. And it teleports your waist to the moon and wipes your ass. It's like the perfect invention. It's like everyone's favorite new thing. It's like, don't call it a diaper, please, because it's so much cooler than that. But basically, it's like a future diaper, and I'm expecting that to become very popular in space, because I think you have to wear a diaper in space. Imagine sharing a spaceship with like 30 other people, and there's only one toilet. I can imagine it working if everyone wore diapers. Anyway, I'm getting tired of this talk. Beetlejuice is a very interesting person. Yeah. The fact that he wears diapers is just one part of him. He's also extremely irritable. He gets mad and he starts cursing you out and like getting really defensive. Fuck you! Fuck you! You know, like, you know, if you insult him, if you say he's short, if you call him a midget, he's like, fuck you, you're a midget! You know, like, he'll do that shit with anything. It's like, why does he get so insulting? Why is he, well, you know, there's more to him. It's just that, like, he's incoherent, so you don't really get all of that stuff at once. You kind of have to, you know, dip into Beetlejuice a few times to really understand, like, who is he and why is he like this. You know, there was for a little while, he had a girlfriend named Baby Juice. It was like, that's cool. He's got, like, a girl who's, like, kind of like him. You know, she's got whatever he's got. Looks kind of like him, acts kind of like him. But I don't know. There's also the question of, like, what are these women see in him? Are they actually interested in him, or are they just like that he's famous? And he got really burned by that. He got women who just really kind of liked him because he was famous and weren't really, you know, they weren't able to take the whole package. And yeah, that's sad, especially as someone who's just like barely like sort of out of it. You know, he's just barely coherent, and it's like there's people taking advantage of him. And then there's other people who just want to help him because he's kind of needs their help. Why do you start talking about Beetlejuice? Wow. Beetlejuice is one of those guys where you can't tell if he's joking or serious whenever he speaks. Also feels weird and funny how Howard Stern literally became the guys he made fun of. Well, yeah, I mean, look, Howard is not, he doesn't want to be there. Like, he was good whenever he wanted to be there. Like, he was bad when, well, I haven't actually listened to 2004, but he was, according to him, he was bad because he was ready to give it up. You know, he didn't want to be there anymore. They wouldn't let him do anything good anymore. You know, in 2004, Howard was, he was given the choice. Do I hang up the headphones, or do I keep going some way or another? He decided to go to Sirius and do an uncensored show from 2006 and on, and he became even greater than he was before. But now, it's been 15 years since that happened, and he's lost a lot of the passion for his work. You know, just like he was before, he was thinking about quitting, but then he got his passion back and became even greater. For 15, you know, maybe less than that, maybe 10 more years, he was really good again. But now he's like the guys he made fun of. He's phoning it in. He's just barely got the passion for it. It's not that he is not funny anymore. It's that he just doesn't see the point, you know? What's the point? All my listeners are fucking idiots. They're all just stupid fucking assholes. It's like, before he used to be like, my listeners are intelligent, they're smart, they know what's what, they listen to me because my show's good. And, you know, now he's just like, who the fuck are these idiots? It's like, they just want to they just want to piss me off. And, like, you know, like, I can't even have callers now because they're just the most annoying fucking assholes. Like, oh, you said President Trump was bad. Well, actually, oh my god, I don't want to hear it. And it's like, this is Howard now. He's just frustrated and bitter. And, well, I don't blame him. But I also think, and I'm learning this myself as a performer, you shouldn't bring down your audience. That's something that he always wanted to do, was to make them, you know, to bring them relief. But now I think, you know, no matter what your political affiliation, listening to his show stresses you out. It's just more stress. It's like, god damn it, Robin, I just hate these fucking Republicans. You know, he always did that when he bitched about the religious right. He was right then and he's right now. But being right doesn't make the show good. There's a reason why the left can't meme, in a sense. It's because they're really better off making people laugh, you know? Like, having the left comedians get into politics just turns them into stressful, like, shitlords. It just turns them into, you know, like, stress bombs. Like, You'll create more stress for your listeners this way, as opposed to people like, Rush Limbaugh, who do that for a living. Like, you shouldn't be him. You should be the opposite. Rush Limbaugh causes his like, people in rural America to start worrying about their world crumbling. It's like suddenly they think like there's so much, not only is there so much beauty in America, but it's all about to go away. It's like this is the stress he creates to make his millions. It's a grift, and Howard shouldn't do that. He shouldn't be like these shitty fucking assholes. Well, he's a little bit funny when he makes fun of Republicans, but the shtick goes on way too long. It's mostly just him venting in a way that's just more stress. Republicans don't want to hear it when he does it, and Democrats don't like to hear it either because they already know this shit. It's just like, why is he doing it? It's because, well, that's what he thinks the right thing to do is. I don't know. I guess maybe it is the right thing to do, but as a comedian, it's just not really your job. Is the only thing. It's like you gotta get people less stressed about this shit, not more stressed. It's like, you talk about Howard being, he's not what he used to be, folks. He's not funny, not good anymore. Like, I don't even really fully agree. I think he's still pretty good. I just think that you're right when you say that the show's not good, because it's like, yeah, like, he just doesn't want to be there. I can tell that he's still a funny person, but like, I think most of the good stuff just happens off the air now. He doesn't want it on the air because, like, it's like, I don't know. It's like something changed. Like, radio was different when the internet didn't exist. It's like when you say something on the radio, you can actually just like let it just like wash away. Kinda. Like, people don't necessarily have the clip of you saying it like they do now. I probably shouldn't fuck with this. It probably looks fine. Well, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of act like I can just, like, say whatever I want and no one will bring it up later, but they will. And, like, I think just, it's more important that I speak my mind freely, I think. But it's in my own space. It's not on fucking Twitter. How'd you feel when the Dog of Wisdom reached 80 million? How did I feel? How does that make me feel? It's cool. I guess I was like, cool. I was like, wow, cool, probably. What would you have said? Probably, wow, cool, right? Literally Hitler, but Victor is Hitler. And the house gets bonded by flying buttholes. Bonded by flying buttholes? And the homeless man stops the bombs and lets Victor escape. This is a good idea. It is a good idea. But I don't really need more ideas, so you should use it. You should make it. I don't really have the time. But maybe someday. See, this is why I need AI. Not to really, like, take over for me, but like to give me a leg up, like, there's so many parodies to make, right? Like Mandy and Grimm. That's a great parody that I don't feel like making. Grimm, make my parody for me. But why? Because I don't feel like it, Grimm. It's a good idea, Grimm, but I hate having ideas. That just means I have to do more work. Like, fuck that. I already have a Billy and Mandy-esque show with Audrey, Victor, and Hitler. Only on the CW. Hitler's coming back. Hitler's not coming back. How could he come back? It's not like literally Hitler is coming back and will try to kill us. Speak. Does this work? Yeah, it works. It made me speak. What? Should I get a bot? Should I get bots for my chat? How about a chat GPT? Can you do that? Is that something I can add to this chat? Engage with your audience. How can I add chat GPT for people to talk to and ask questions? This is like ADHD videos with 8 different screens. Well, I have ADHD. I think that's why I have all the bullshit, because it's like, I don't know, it's like when you have ADHD, I mean, I don't think I've never been actually diagnosed, so I don't, this is just what I've like come to understand about ADHD, is that, you know, your brain sort of lacks a certain amount of stimulation. So like giving yourself stimulation through like imagery can help relax you in some ways. Like, you know, those plants and rotating fans, like some of these things are kind of hypnotic, you know? Joe, why do you look so handsome, whimsical, and mystical? Because I'm like the doctor from Back to the Future. I'm like an insane Jewish guy with crazy hair, but I'm also like I'm under 40, so I'm not ugly yet. I think when I'm 40 I might actually be more attractive, but you know, not for long. I have to enjoy it for now. What's in the vape? I don't even know. Oh, well, this one is like sativa. It's Pineapple Express. Let me draw a cool pineapple while smoking it. Here's a Pizza Tower character. I thought this was really funny that he had like giant hands and like skinny arms. Here he is smoking a big joint of Pineapple Express. God, I love being an artist. You can draw literally anything. And being an animator is even better, because then you can draw what comes next. Gigantic ash. Well, you see, my my vision is not for AI to replace me, but more like it should be like a vehicle, you know. Well, you know, maybe like me, caveman, with paint with own blood and fingers is like, you know, that's one way to be an artist. Or I could use a paintbrush, like a not caveman. And now what about this? It's like me riding a bicycle. That's something. But what if I was thinking about getting a car? That's something else. That's even better. But Joe, you'll miss out on the experience of riding a bike. No I won't, because I still ride my bike plenty. I guess that's not true in real life, but in this example it's true. I should get a bike though. That would be nice. I would like to bike more places. You know, using a bike as a vehicle seems like a good idea. You know, not just for like enjoyment, but like actually for getting somewhere. This is, you know, why I still draw instead of prompting like this genius kid on the keyboard. It's like I'm still gonna fucking draw even if I have access to a car. 11 shading. I was wondering how you add shadow without going outside the lines. Well, so here, I'll show you what I do. The first thing I do is I go here. I change the brush mode to paint inside. And that helps it so when I paint something, it only paints. You see how I'm like going all outside the lines, but it only paints inside? That's what's been doing it for me. So yeah, me use tools because me not caveman stupid. Me smart. Me not better than. Me just smart cool. Me just clever. But like sometimes it actually messes up the lines, so you just keep an eye on it. Right? If Hitler came to my house, I'd try to charge a rocket at him, and I will call up Elon Musk with his MAGA Tesla and zoom out of there. I will let Victor shoot up fireworks to celebrate the death. I mean, I feel like Elon Musk would be more like, now hold on, Hitler, are you really gonna just kill him? Hey, let's you know, let's at least have a beer with him. And, you know, things would go from there. Can you draw Family Guy Vor? Sure. How long did this take you? Months. Months and months and months. Yep, and I'm still correcting, I'm still improving some of these, like that. That was not a very good image, Victor, and I don't really like this one either, so I'm gonna see if I can improve it a bit. Yeah. Just a little bit more geometrical. Yeah, this hair like grows really long here, so I can make it a little more gradual, more of a gradual change than I had it. This ear, yeah, this ear could definitely be used to cover up the mistakes. Yep, not too bad. Family Guy Vor plot. Peter wakes up hungry and starts voring everyone in Quahog, but his family doesn't find out until it's too late because he's already a large man.
Peter, I can't believe it. You vored Quagmire. Yeah, well, he had it coming, Lois. Remember that time he vored Brian?
And it's just like a, you know, a long food chain of Family Guy voring. Peter would definitely be at the top of the Family Guy vor food chain. Right? You know, no one's gonna eat him. Unless there is someone who might eat him. Who would eat Peter? And why are we talking about this? What do you think Quagmire would taste like? What would the pedophile taste like? He tastes like popsicles. That's all he eats. Quagmire would probably taste okay. I think he's got a good job. And he looks like he goes to the gym. So I think he would probably be better tasting than some of the other characters. I would not eat Peter or Cleveland. Would not vor.
Hey, Hey Brian, you ever look at some of the Family Guy characters and think like, man, they look good, like to eat. It's like, man, Brian looks good, like I could eat him. It's like, you ever think Chris looks good, like fat and juicy, like on a bun? I could vor him. Would vor. I'd feast my face. Hey, Brian, how'd you look on a bun? Hey, Brian, could you put on that banana costume again? I'm getting kind of hungry. Hey, Lois, what's vor? I think I might be into vor. Tony Robbins ate Peter Griffin in an episode. I remember that gag. That was a pretty good one. Peter gets bored, yeah. He just gets like, his entire body just gets eat. I don't even know who Tony Robbins is. It's just like a guy that like the show makes fun of. He's like, Tony Robbins hungry. And he just like shoves Peter in his mouth and vores him. And just like swallows his entire body. Just like crunching him down. Yeah, like you ever look at Peter and think, wow, he looks good. Like like a sandwich looks good. Holy crap, I am being vored to shit right now. I don't really remember who Tony Robbins is or what he looks like. It's kind of like that. It's like a guy in a suit with curly hair. Peter's at the top of the food chain. Yeah, like, I actually totally forgot that someone eats him in the show. So yeah, he totally has someone who vores him. His guest star, Tony Robbins. Who is that? Somebody should just tell me. I'm not going to look it up. Peter's at the top of the food chain, like in the old Flash game where you eat the fish and grow, like feeding frenzy. To protect himself from being vored, he has to vor others to become too big to vor. Interesting. This is a good plot for whatever Family Guy will devolve into in like the next 50 years. Like, don't you think that like all the fan service of Marge will become like so much, it'll become such a big part of the show that the show will just be like basically pornography in the next 50 years? It's like, man, The Simpsons changed. I mean, it's obviously better now, but it changed. It's like, Marge is in a bikini in like every shot now. It's obviously better. Well, no, I mean, they, you know, that's so shitty, and they even made fun of that in the older episodes. Yeah, I just did something that fucked up the lines, so I gotta be careful. Just, you know, just to undo them and redo them if it looks like shit. It's not the end of the world if some things are crappy on close-up, because, like, look, this is what it looks like far away. You could barely even see that this is, well, you know, fuck it. I work at Pixar, so I might as well fix it. Here at Pixar, we do unnecessary work that no one will ever appreciate, that no one will ever thank you for, that no one ever will care about. Here at Pixar, we go underneath the underneath to get to the even crustier underings, behind the underings, and then we delete the overings that are under necessary, such as that. And then we do the exact same thing on every frame where we need to do it on. But, you know, I still get fired.
and hired again at some other studio. It was like that. There we go. And delete that. And delete. I guess it's not there, so I don't need to delete. And delete nothing. There we go. And then fix the one on this frame. But it's easier, because I don't have to do the over thing, just the under thing. Ooh, I keep missing. There we go. There we go. Yeah, see? Not so horrible. Not so hard. Not so hard to fix a thing that's bothering me and would bother me for the rest of my life if I didn't fix it. It actually would bother me for the rest of my life because once you upload it, there's no going back. You just gotta fix it. Like, wait. Hang on. Like, there we go. Well, why is this actually not there? This is actually not a bad color, but it's not the one I intended for it. I should change it in every frame to this color, because it's good. No! No! Maybe I should just increase it. How about I focus on this first task? I missed. I'll donate $4 million every time I miss. I missed. I fucking missed. Here at Pixar, we donate $4 million every time we miss. I missed. I didn't miss. No, I missed. There we go. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, that's more like it. Okay, now the extraneous can stop being opinious. There we go. For real this time. You good to be my dad, right? I mean, no, but let's face it, I'm already your dad. Oh, brother. Now look at what I'm making me do. Look at what you made me do. Oh, look what you made me do. Yeah, I actually fucked that up. I didn't realize these were the same. Oh, they're not the same, but I put them on the same... I had them both in the same selection. Yeah, just select all of those then. Just like do this. Maybe that's... Is it not so simple? Well, I think this is more different problem. Whoop. Okay, now it's just like that's going like for. That's pretty good. I think. I mean, I'll look at it later and be like, ah! Because that's what I did just now. Like, I thought, I fixed the hair. And it was like, oh, that looks much better. But then I realized I accidentally fucked up the face. Oh man, this is a lot of work. This thing is actually a different layer for some reason. I mean, I might as well put this on a different layer. Whatever. So another way that I can get shading is using the lasso. I just do that, and this doesn't even affect the line when I do that because it's a different color. See? That's actually kind of easy to fix, isn't it? Well, maybe? From your perspective, yes. Yeah, I don't know. Could just do this. Ugh! Go mad from this, having to do shit like this. It's fine, it's worth it. It's actually making it really good. Like, I don't think I would even give this job to an AI.
I don't think I could trust it. But there are other jobs it could do that would satisfy this kind of result that I wouldn't trust it to. You know, I consider it to be rendering engine, this new like fucking AI art software shit. It's so cool. Like the potential is even greater than, you know, what we've seen. So much greater. Whoa. That was on the very wrong Slayer. How's about that? That's not too bad. That's enough. Oh wait, that one's on its own layer, so I don't have to worry about it. But these heads, I have to make them custom. Put that on this layer. I wonder if AI will grow or kill creativity. AI provides endless ideas, but will cause people to become lazy and ask for prompts rather than create their own ideas. You know, I feel like AI art gave me kind of a kick, thinking like maybe I should make more work because AI is going to take my job pretty soon. So, in that sense, I think it's made me more creative. This idea that maybe I have reacted to it too, just like everyone else, but like in a good way. I don't think there's anything wrong with making more
work. But I'm also feeling good about AI, you know? It taking my job sounds like a good thing. That's like a paradise to me. But that's just my perspective. Most people would disagree with that. Saying that, like, it's not gonna make your job easier. It's just gonna make it so you're not valued even more. It's like, yeah, I guess I kind of see it that way as well. But like, well, I would love to produce more work if I could. I guess, yeah, I would like for that value to remain. But yeah, it's not going to work that way. It's going to get lower and lower. But I don't know. I think people are gonna like have a certain affection for handmade shit because I like examine every piece of art now. Like, is it made by a human? And there's like the ways of telling that's made by a human. It's like weird that you even have to think that. Here, let me fix this actually, because I fucked this a bit. Okay, now, wait. No, leave the jaw out of it. Okay, now I'm just gonna copy and paste the. Oh no! It ruined something. Wait, it unruined it. Holy shit. Why is it doing that? It's like randomly deleting lines. Ugh. Oh well. Yeah, there's actually some errors that I might not fix. Well, this one's actually kind of bothering me, so I'll fix this one. But I'll do it in a really cheap way. Missed? I have to donate $4 million every time I miss. Donate it to the fire! Ha ha ha! Into the flames! I'm so rich! Rich, rich, rich! I can do this! This! I get away with this. I get away with it because I'm cute! I'm cute. I'm cute! Okay, so yeah, that's, see, like, that's so far away that you don't, there aren't any errors in that, like, on that nose. So, like, if you zoom all the way the fuck in, you'll see them. But, yeah, even an error like that, it doesn't matter. Even an error like that, it's gonna be too small to see. Like, put something green behind it if you're worried. Like, see if it's actually noticeable. Like, bright green, full opaque. You know, something bright like pink or red. You see it? You see that little gash? It looks like a little cut. He's got a scar. No, it's not even there. It's 0 pixels wide, so it's fine. Zero pixels wide. 0 brain cells. It sounds cheesy, but AI can't completely replicate you or your style. It could replicate a better version of the Mona Lisa, but people will still hold the original in a higher regard. Yeah, but what about until the day where it can make like something that's just like the original? You know, like I think it's already gotten to that point. You take a picture of the Mona Lisa and put it through the AI thing, and it makes it so it's like different but has the same essence. So like, I don't know. I don't know if that, possibly true sentiment is correct. I do think that a computer is nothing like me, but that could change. Ultimately, these things are these things end up like the impact of these things is based on how we choose to use them. Like I could be using Flash for a very different purpose right now. I could be making annoying ads. I could be making annoying banner ads like, click Santa's butt. Like I could be doing that with my life. It's like naughtysanta.com for like your naughty needs. For his like, he says kiss my butt. And it's like, there's hot girls on my site. I know you've been naughty this year. I could be doing that with my life. It's like, I'm not using Flash for such for such naughty purposes. Click Santa's butt. Well, yeah, I say I'm not doing it while I'm conceptualizing it. It's like your icon is like a pair of lips, and you can kiss his butt. And it's like, Santa fuck, or like NorthPoleSex.com. It's like, something like that. I don't know. I could be using Flash for something even stupider than that. What did I walk into? Well, someone says that someone says that like God, how did I get to this point? Because they were asking about like if I think a computer could replicate my style. They don't think so, and I said maybe someday. And like, I could be doing even worse, like things with my talent. I could be drawing awful Flash ads that you never want to see, like click Santa's butt for like, you've been very naughty this year porn site. But, that's not what I do. AI can enhance creativity, but not replace it. It can provide new perspectives, generate ideas, and improve efficiency. The human touch and individuality cannot be replicated, especially you style. Yeah, I guess. Although I have a bunch of different styles, and it's always evolving. Every year it's different, isn't it? It's like, I'll always go back to those styles, and like, I'll be like, yeah, still got it. Like, all of my current shit is kind of retroactive. Like, Audrey and Victor is from 15 years ago. Dog of Wisdom is from 7 years ago. And all that shit keeps coming back. Yeah, there's a thingus right here that's fuckest. Oh, it's fuckest. Oh, the fuckus. Oh, it suckus. Which is a better one, too? I feel like I liked this one. Although this one might be the wrong one. Wrong, right? Which one looks more wrong, right? I don't know. It kind of looks wrong, but I want it. It's like, maybe I should just fix it a bit. Yeah, maybe it's just like closer to the thing I want. Like that. Yeah, I don't know. It still looks wrong, but I'm gonna use it. Because everything is wrong unless it's made by a fucking computer, right? Every piece of art is wrong unless it's made by a computer. This wasn't made by a computer, so it's wrong no matter what I do. You know, being wrong in drawing is what makes your drawing interesting, right? This is why I couldn't be an architect, right? Because I'm too wrong. I have to make, you know, exaggerations. I can't... Well, I guess you can do that as an architect. You can make weird architectural exaggerations. It doesn't have to be right. It just needs to be sound, right? I didn't really learn too much architectural theory, but I assume a lot of it has to do with the soundness of a drawing, you know, a design. Just like, even with a caricature like this, it has to be sound, right? It has to have a certain... you see, like, it has to have a certain logic to it with the shading. Like, this might need to be fixed. This might be too much of shading. I guess it doesn't have to be right, though, is what I'm figuring out. It just needs to be sound, you know, like... That's right, or sound, but I don't like it. I liked it more the other way. It's kind of wrong, but... sound. But I can edit it later, because that's only one drawing I have to fix. It's a little bit easier than all of these, which I have to figure it out and then copy and paste it, because I'm not gonna, like... It's not gonna work if I try to cheap out with multiple layers. I'm gonna have to, like, refuckulize it for every single... Here, well, I'll just show you. First, let me just grab these and copy them up here. These are just the frames of Victor's... what about his eye? Well, it's gonna be see-through, so you don't need to worry about that. So now just, like... Yeah, just do that. Like, turn them all into one object. And then do this. And then do this. There's a bunch of steps, aren't there? And then do this. And finally, the worst step, which is copying the shading. Oh, but let me just make sure it doesn't actually also, like, fuck up the... Yeah, it, like, deletes the lines when I paste the... So I guess I'll just have to do something else. Wait. Like... No, sorry, I thought there was another way to do it. I guess I'll have to use something else. It's like, instead of just grabbing that, I gotta grab all of that. So that's, wait, almost forgot. This part up here, there we go. It's not too far over, so it shouldn't interfere with the jaw. And then boom, and then boom, and then boom, baby, and then boom, question mark, and then baby, question mark, and now we'll see how it looks. Not too bad. You know, could be improved, but I won't probably. You know, I wanna finish this. This one is 3 minutes long. Love the perseverance to the channel. Love to Joe and Dog of Wisdom. Well, thank you. That little confuckus. Yeah, there's a lot of confuculence. A lot of confuculence that needs to be confuculized in this video. Yeah, there's a lot of shitfuckery that needs to be shitfuculated. And it's all a pain in the ass. But at least I have a good workflow. I actually do it all this shit on one layer. You know, like, I just have the overlay right here on top of it on the same frame. On the same layer, rather. I sometimes do a second layer. That makes things a little speedy, but it's also kinda... I don't like having that many layers. And once I've done this step, I don't ever need to really, like, fuck with the frame again. So... I just saw your Dog of Wisdom video, and I saw that you were live. Yep. Well, welcome. I'm just working in Flash. That's a different program from the one I used to make Dog of Wisdom. This program is from the 1980s. Not really. But it looks like it from how old looking it is. It looks like it's kind of from the 80s. It's from around 2000. I guess it's older than that. But this version of it, I think, is from 2006. So that's the one I'm using. This is a 2006 program. So it's like... pretty old. Pretty eld. There's something going on here with these pupils. They're not... Oh, did I just like... Maybe I, like, didn't confuculize something? Oh, it's because it's a... It's because it's a line. And it's not... Wait. Oh boy. Yeah, this is bad. This is the symbol. Oh, it's just because it's in there, though. You know, it could be fixed. It's just a little tough because this shit is underneath it. So you make a new layer. And yeah, it's actually a copy of this. But it's got... Yep. Well, why wouldn't it still look red? Maybe it wants to be like that. That's not too bad, actually. You're just reversing the colors. That looks good. Whew. Confuculence. What if your parent, what if your, like, evil stepmother named you that? Called you Confuculence. Fuck you. Yeah. I don't know. I had to get to that eye somehow. Let me try again. This is driving me nuts. Okay, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I already had one. That's fine if it looks different. I'm just not sure why. Oh, right, because it's a filter that goes over the regular eye. Which is on a locked layer. Now, I can just make a copy of this and then do that. Yeah, I don't like that. That should be a different pose. Delete. You should be looking down at the cat a little bit. Maybe you're not looking down just yet, but like, you know, about to look at the cat. Maybe it should be more like that. Oh, I'm an idiot. Whoopsie-kins. I was editing the wrong frame. Oh. I guess, yeah, I'm not an idiot. There's actually, like, some confusing shit where, like, he's in the frame He's on the same frame as the cat. Cat. Yeah, that looks better. If Flashlight had a dark mode, would you use it? Yeah, probably. I don't like that about it. That it's like bright, unlike every other modern software. I'm just not willing to get into the new one because it's like it's not what I want. There might be a way to change the theme. I just never really noodled with that. Let's see how hard it is to continue animating after rendering it. Gonna like consider all the frames I'm making that I'm gonna have to animate. I'm just gonna have to render with all this fucking method shit. Ultimately, it's not about the work you do. That's a thing I think that people don't get. I take pride in my work, but not because I like there being work. If the work aspect suddenly went away, I would miss it a little bit, but I wouldn't do everything to keep giving myself more work to do just because the work went away. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want this cartoon to look like AI generated crap. So, that's one reason why I'm not using it now. But I'm still not opposed to the idea of using it for certain jobs. Tedious things like this. Like, imagine if one of the viewers was a chatbot that was really good at understanding, like, let's say a few years down the line, really good at understanding everything about what I'm doing right now, and it could perfectly replicate the process of shading these characters. That would be so fucking cool. I would love that. I would embrace that. Even if it was like 75% accurate, I'd say good enough, give it to me. And I would fix the errors by hand. And I would consider that a win. And yeah, that might even be possible now. But I'm not ready for, I'm not ready to learn that shit. It's easier to do it by hand still. But, when it's easier to do it by not hand, I'll do it by not hand. What's your favorite animation you've made? And do you ever want to do a remaster or sequel? No. I never want to do remasters. I don't feel like it. I feel like, sequel is fine, but not really remasters. I don't like to do... that might be a good way to make more money, but I can't even. Some people have asked for Dog of Wisdom high resolution. There is no there's no renders. The renders are basically what you get. That's it. There's no fucking animations, is what I mean. There's no animations. of Dog of Wisdom. Technically, I could probably recreate Dog of Wisdom 2 in high def, but it wouldn't look right. It wouldn't look how it's supposed to look. So there is no 4K remaster. Hang on, I'll be right back. Think! Oh. What should I use to convert Swift to MP4 with Flash 8? There's two ways that I use. There's actually a few ways, but here, I'll list the 3 ways. But first you must click Santa's butt. Click, 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 click. So, first way to go from Flash which is FLA to MP4. Here, let me draw like a face on this one. It's like a Picasso. So what you want to do is, I think the easiest method is to use Premiere. Using Premiere CS6, it's got to be a slightly more recent version than Flash 8, because in Premiere they eventually added a way to import Swift files even crazier than this. Which you can then export as an MP4, or you could import it as a image sequence. Here, let me draw that instead, because this is a way to use a Swift. Well, actually, yeah, let me put them in order. Instead of Premiere, the other option is Swivel. You make it a Swift, and then you put that Swift into Swivel, which, you know, confuculizes it. And then it spits it out as an MP4 version of that Swift. You know, it's like the same Swift, but it's like the Chad Swift. This is stupid. I'll just make him flexing. You know, it's basically the MP4 version of the same Swift. Well, this is an MP4 that you get to edit into whatever you want. Now, the final way to do it, I'll put it in a different, you know, put it in this order, because this is the way I don't use anymore, is turning it into a image sequence. Because, yeah, like, exporting a video from Flash is not one of these methods. I'd never do that. No one should ever do that, because it doesn't work well. You know, there's encoding in Flash, and it looks like shit, no matter what you try. So don't even bother. But there's still great image you can export. Just export as a Swift or an image sequence. And then when you go to Premiere, you have to click the box that says image sequence, and then you click the first image in the image sequence, and then it like loads it up, and then you could use it as footage like you would this or this swiveled video. In school right now? Yeah, you're in school. I'm teaching you. Use unregistered hypercam to record the FLA and turn it into an MP4. You know, I didn't think of that, but that is another way. Unregistered hypercam can do that. There's lots of ways. Plenty of different methods. Plenty of ways to scare a cat, just like Victor knows. Right, Victor? Always scaring your cat. I know. I'm always scaring my cat, because I'm just as much of an asshole. Yeah, I like that more. That looks more Not even right. Going on a rant about how it looks wrong, but I still want it more. Well, actually, I guess it didn't look right before, but like it just doesn't look necessarily right now. It just looks better to me. You know, like any child's drawing is wrong, but that's no different from anybody's drawing. If it wasn't created by a machine, then it's somehow inaccurate or wrong. And I think as time passes, people are going to appreciate that shit even more. They're going to be like, oh my god, art that was actually created by a human. Then there's one other part of it. There's like wubba dubba lub dub. So go like wubba dubba lub dub. There we go. Oh whoops, I grabbed too much of it. Am I supposed to like go around it? Like go around the shit, like stay in the lines? I guess so. Or no, I mean it should let you just like fix it like that. No, wait. Oh, now I don't know where the lines are. I guess the lines got deleted. That's not good. Wait, I could just like make the lines again. Okay, that's a good way to do that. But like this. Yeah, and there are some lines die somehow. Somehow die. Not know why. But still died. Yeah, I don't know. I just add them in like that sometimes. Not a huge. It doesn't look that different from far away. Oh yeah, and also this eye. Grab that eye. Let's like put the eye line. This. Or I guess it could be even more, like that much of it. All of it. No, it's not the whole thing. But it's like, yeah, I guess you could just like deselect what you don't want to get rid of. Or fuck it, just select what you want to get rid of. Oh my god, it's like a mess in there, but it's okay. Probably. Now I have to color it the right color. Ah! Careful you don't accidentally color some lines you didn't want to color. And this fucking shit got deleted, so yeah, that's better. That looks good. But it's still not done. Still have to add the shade. Okay, now I can do that, like, thing. So the lines are back. Wrong color. Yep, that needs to be fixed. Unconfuculized, even. Yeah, this still needs to be improved upon. Well, you know, that'll be the case even after the video's done, but there'll be things that will cease to bother me that I've made, you know, good enough. That's all I could really hope for. Is that it doesn't bother me years from now. Well, you know, I should also be allowed to reconfuculize things at will, because I did creatify them. But, you know, that just that's just like people doing that are just like they're just missing out on what's next, you know, like George Lucas, he has every right to go back and ruin Star Wars. I've thought about ruining Star Wars myself, but I feel like you're just looking at the past, and you're looking, you're like, it's like there's a fine line between treasuring the past and desecrating it. You know, like imagine if you loved something so much that you took a photograph of it, even though the thing said no flash photography, and it immediately exploded and died. Or, you know, it's like the Hope Diamond. Please, no flash photography. If you take a photo, something bad will happen. And you just immediately take a photo because it's not even that you missed that. You read it and you still saw it and you're just like, whatever, you forgot. And then you like just carelessly took a photo of it. It exploded into a million pieces. It's like that's what it's like. You already ruined your own career by promoting NFTs. You might as well ruin Star Wars. Yeah. Well, you know, there's a fine line between ruining your career and unruining it. Sort of. You know, I think Star Wars even can come back even after being ruined despicably. I don't know. I don't think George did it for the right reasons, but I do think it was okay for him to do it. It wasn't wrong for him to do it. I just think there may have been too much of someone else's influence or something, or maybe not enough. Actually, it's probably not enough of other people's influence. Just make a dog of wisdom every couple of years and you can get all your rent paid off. I mean, I will make whatever I want as long as it feels right for me to be doing it. I think if it doesn't feel right, then I won't even make money. Yeah, like George didn't just ruin Star Wars. He also made it. So like, you know, you could argue that he's changed into a different person, but I don't know. Maybe not. I'm starting to wonder that. I'm starting to question that because like I think it's more that, you know, maybe the the thing that's changed was how the world just perceived him. You know? You know, like that thing that Einstein said about a fish trying to climb a tree thinks he's stupid? He's not stupid. He's just wrong to climb a tree, right? And, you know, that makes him think he's stupid because he's so bad at it. This is like, what's the opposite of that? Where you think you're good at something because everyone told you you were good or you were smart, and you're not, and you're actually acting really stupid and nobody's saying anything. You know, George Lucas was like, there's a lot of they fight, there's a lot of cheating, and people were saying, wow, sounds like a great script. You know, because they were just blinded by nostalgia. They couldn't help but let him get away with it. You know, they couldn't stop him. They couldn't say, like, hey, wait a second, let's take this a little more seriously and do a few more drafts of the script, please. No, you can't say that to your master, to your hero. You know, people were blinded by that, I think. I think George should have been given what would have been good for the movie should have been given to him. Is like, George, this script needs another try. You need to try again. This is a very bad story. I mean, I don't know. It's honestly probably more in the execution that went wrong in that movie, but I think also the script, you know, the planning was probably where all the biggest problems began, you know. I think if you can't really answer, like, why is this being made, really with a really good answer, then there's no need for it. Like, well, I don't know. It's been a long time since 1999, but I'm pretty sure the real Star Wars fans, you know, the people who expected it to be really good were disappointed. You know, me, I didn't know shit about Star Wars. I didn't think it was very good. But I also didn't understand where all the disappointment was coming from. Now I understand, and I think it's really funny, and it's also a little disgusting that this was allowed. You know, like, oh no. Okay. Where do I begin with this? It's like, I saw Star Wars Episode 1 in 1999 when I was like 10 years old. Yeah, maybe 8 years old, something like that. And I remember it pretty well. I thought I might have forgotten some because, you know, it's been a while. But then I watched the movie recently, and it was like, no, this is just like when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was like, what the hell is going on in this movie? You know, I didn't think that with my mind, but I was very lost. I was very confused. I came in a few minutes late. I actually, watching it again, I realized I didn't come in that late. I actually saw most of the movie. I didn't miss that much. So me being lost had little to do with that. You know, I was also like, I had to like sit away from my family. So like, you know, this is where I sat. I had to like sit between all these other people. You know, I was a kid and they were adults. It was like really shitty seat. This is where I was sitting. There, hang on. Let me try to draw the screen. Yeah, this is what it looked like to me. It was like Star Wars Episode 1. This is what it looked like. I wasn't that close, but I was kind of close. You know, like, it was like that. It's just terrible. And, you know, there's some people in front of me, too. People next to me. And, like, it looked like that. The whole fucking movie, you know. Just imagine the fucking pod race like that. You know, normally it's kind of warped, but here it's, like, really warped. Whatever. But then it's like, everyone's like, this movie sucked. And I'm like, you know what? It did kind of suck, but I guess I don't understand what the big deal is. And now it's just like, they all wanted a great movie. They all expected a great movie. And George just kind of like, he kind of gave them whatever the fuck. You know? And it's always goes back to George. Like, before they didn't even know who he was, you know, before Star Wars. But then it's like, you know, these people a little older than me actually remember Star Wars coming out, you know, back in the 80s. And it's like, wow, it's so cool. It's like, wow, George. And it's like, the only reason they're mad at George now is because he was so fucking genius back then. But, you know, things were different back then. There was more of a need for this kind of story, I think. You know, there was a context to this that, like, you know, we can make a space story now, but it's got a different context to it. You know, back when they conceptualized Star Wars, man was like going to the moon and shit. So like now it's like, well, what have you done lately, man? What kind of cool space stuff have you done? Well, you know, there's probably some cool space stuff going on in 1999. But yeah, like, the context is different, is all I'm saying. And people don't know the context of Star Wars anymore. Like, who was even president? Nixon? I don't fucking remember. I wasn't alive. Oh, he scares him. They wanted a great movie, and George kind of gave them whatever the fuck. Reminds me of someone I know. Ooh. You talk about me? You talk about how I basically phoned it in for Dog of Wisdom 2? Because, you know, that hurts, but it's true. Barely fucking even worked on that shit. I just fucking phoned it the fuck in. It's like, how long did you spend on that, George? A month? Because that's how long I spent on Dog of Wisdom. A month. Dog of Windows. George just gave them... Well, like, I can sort of respect that, too, that George just gave them whatever the fuck. Because, like, they wanted it so bad, and they basically forced him to give it to them, like, without really finishing it, you know? Isn't that wrong of the fans to, like, expect it and then not... and then, like, be disappointed with it? I mean, I don't think it's wrong. I think it's funny. I think that's exactly what the company deserves for trying to force out a movie like Star Wars. It would have been better if they had just delayed the movie. Said, let's be honest, things aren't going well. The movie sucks. Because, you know, that's mature, I think. To say that you actually need more time, you need help. Just because you're George Lucas doesn't mean that you're not gonna suffer in these ways and like have a script that's not working or have a main character who sucks at acting. You know, like that was his fault, by the way. He chose the wrong Anakin. Oh my god, there was a much better Anakin, and he chose the other kid. I don't know why, but it, you know, could have gone a different way, I think. Why is he mad? I'm just Alex Jones. I'm just passionate. You know, like I'm thinking about Star Wars Episode 1 and how I was obsessed with it a couple years ago. Just like thinking about the, it's not a failure. It's like it's a successful movie, but it's sort of a failure. You know, like people didn't get the Star Wars they wanted. And it's like, I'm actually amazed that people love Dog of Wisdom 2 as much as the first one. Well, you know, like, somebody compared to Empire Strikes Back. Yeah, that is a good sequel. But it has been many years. It's not like I'm on the same groove as I was back in 2015 when I made Dog of Wisdom. Not the same. I'm on some kind of fucking groove. I'm ranking some kind of fucking donko lately. But I'm not on the same groove at all when I was making Great the Show. I mean, I'm by myself, not with Danielle. Danielle's, she's got her own career. And, I'm still making shit. Like Dog of Wisdom, like for Great the Show. You're Alex Jones in Pizza Tower. Yes, I'm Alex Jones working for minimum wage. You will not take my cat. Take my cat. It's just literally insane. He just thinks everyone's coming for his cat. That's me. Minimum wage Alex Jones. I don't even make billions of dollars. I don't even lose billions of dollars. Yeah, this actually looks crundy now in comparison to some of the other ones. I need to clean it up some bit more. But then I'd have to do, well, it's whatever, I'll do it. Take my cat. Take my cat. Here at Pixar, we work ourselves to the fucking bone. Here at Pixar, we never see our fucking wives, ever. Because we hate women. I'm funny. God, I hate my life. Oh no, all broken line. There we go. Fixed. Tricked. What's that? What is that? Oh, it's his tug. That's not the worm. That's his tug. Go away. There we go. That's more like it. Shut the fuck. I'll shut you up. No. Hey, whoop. Into. No. I mean, it's less than a pixel. There's no way anyone will complain about it in the comments. Holy shit. I'm like struggling here. This is all to hide like a single pixel error. It's fine. I think it's okay. I think it's alright, okay. Okay, alright, okay. And then this could be easily fixed like that. And then there's only 2 frames left. 2 frames left until I get $1 billion. Yes, I get $1 billion. Whee. What do I buy with $1 billion? Jesus, you're still going? Well, how long have I been going? Like 5 hours? Hey, not too bad. But have I actually gotten that much done in that time? I feel like no. You know, I colored a couple of these frames, but not that many of them. Alright, this whole thing is like really long, so I'm just gonna skip all the way up here. Yeah, like selecting them might actually be easier, like this. That's pretty easy. What's wrong? Yep, it's so similar, but I still have to redraw the whole thing. Well, not redraw. Just, copy and paste. I can't believe I have to drive all the way to work on a Saturday. All the way to work. Rip Wade Knight is definitely not dead yet. Joe, just wanted to say thank you. It sounds dumb, but Dog of Wisdom allowed me to reconnect with an old friend I hadn't talked to in years. That's nice. Cool. Good to hear. Yep. And yeah, I might even be able to say the same thing. That couple people reached out because of that video, so it was nice. Yeah, I don't know, I kind of like the shade on the eyes. Gives a dimensionality to it. It's more work, but whatever. I was already kind of doing that with some of the eyes. Yep, now I have to go into this one again. Reconfuculize on every fuck frame. It's fine, it's fine, it's worth it. It's always worth it. Here at Pixar, right? Here at Pixar, every time I make people do more work, it's always worth it. That's not even enough. You can't even see that. That looks pretty good. Let's see if that's enough. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like enough. You can't really even see it. It's like 1 pixel. And then you do this and it's like 2 pixels. Yep, that looks pretty good. I like that. I really am getting used to the like static lines. Kind of prefer it, I think, now. Although I do miss a little bit. I miss drawing the characters with ink, so I think I'll bring back that style for a short. I would like to make an Andre and Victor cartoon that looks like the old style again. You know, just go back for one thing, and then maybe bring it back for some other thing. But like, I'm also very partial to this style especially for animation. You know, like for making a big. Like a 3-minute video like this. It looks like it is deleting that a little tiny bit of line segment. And it's not very much, it's not that noticeable, but it is bothering me. I'd rather not have that. Yeah, just do this if that's what it takes. Like, is there anything different about this versus that? Nope. Not even a negligible difference, it's just literally exact. Yeah, okay, good. Perfect. Sometimes perfect is good enough. Nice work in the new Fox in Space. I wasn't in that, but thank you. I agree, it was very nice work. It's a really good tune. Came out really cool. I keep quoting it to myself. I don't know if I should quote it now because it's like the final scene, but it's good stuff. let's hit play. Let's loop it for a bit. Yeah, let's put the filter over it. I'm thinking about getting rid of this scene because it's just so long. Not deleting it from the video, I mean just getting rid of it from this file. Well, it's whatever. It's over. 20 seconds long. Here it is, the full pixels. See, like you can tell what it'll look like when it's finished, because I've done all the like key poses. It's like different lighting in this scene. Yeah, it looks pretty sick, did you think? I'll just let that play while I go to the bathroom. Probably a better way to do this that I will, in the future plan for. Although this way works, so why not? Why knock it? I think whatever is a good workflow, whatever feels comfortable and like gives good results is fine. Which is why I'm open to AI stuff in the future. Not so much the current stuff. I like playing with it, but I've done very little to actually incorporate AI into my work. It's just not there yet. But you should see this runway shit. Runway is like the newest thing that everyone's getting on. Well, more people should get on it, I think, because it's like able to produce actual video, not like the kind of video we've seen. It's like real video. It's like we're finally there with fucking AI video, and AI video is no like live action video. There's no difference between that and animation now. It's all the same, because, like, it's all just, like, unintentionally stylized. Trying to look realistic as possible, but it still looks like a cartoon. lost my selection. Right, I thought I'll just change these. This is one of those situations where you really have to be a master of Flash to do what I'm doing. Oh god. And you also have to have a lot more patience than I do. Like, I had to sample that eye color, that white, in a very specific way to get what I wanted. It's, I make it easier than it looks. I mean, it look easier than it is. Whatever. Yeah, see, this color is still wrong. Now I need to find that, the correct version of that color. But that's easy too. Just do one of these, but first change it to a solid that doesn't have that. And now you have the color. Boom. There we go. Oh, yeah, I actually just, like, did that. That's too much work. This is easier. Also, having these mounts here for... Or actually, that doesn't make it easier, never mind. This, you know, have that at least. I don't even know if I can tell the difference, so don't worry about that either. Man, it's so cool that I could just, you know, fix a line when I need to fix it because I have a computer. Oog glad that Oog not have to bang your head into a wall because no undo button exists. Because caveman day. Oog grateful for that fuck fact. Well, Groog miss day when Groog made all art out of own brain blood. Art better then, not like now, where art made with mere brain blood from animal paint. Why not put own blood into art like real artists? Groog, only real artist, only real man. Ow. Ooh. Gosh, you like to decorate your stream? Yep. Yes, my stream is aesthetic, just like me. Is that the kids from Literally Hitler? Yes, they're literally Hitler's kids. Hi, Mecca. Oh, Mecca, my boy. Oh, he's a dumpleweed. Get a girl to like you. Code. There's no code. No, there's no code. Get a girl to like you. How long have I been animating in Flash? Like 22 years? I don't know. How old am I? I'm 34, so yeah, 22 years when I was 12. Hi, monkey. Monkey. Oh, I found a liger. Oh, he existed in front of me. Look at him cuting in the cute. I love him. I have to take these off so I can move. Hang on, Becca. Alright, you can go down. Go Schunkelheimer. If you get meatballs from IKEA, do you make them yourself? Or are they already pre-made? If they're pre-made, you ain't in IKEA, my friend. That's cute. Is that a modern day chain letter? Or is that made to think? Well, I don't know. Maybe there's something about the meatballs that even though you didn't make them yourself, like obviously you didn't assemble, yeah, you assembled the furniture, but you didn't make it. But you still have a sense of accomplishment. You don't get those meatballs. Those weird meatballs, you don't get them until after you've completed a large part of IKEA World. You know? You have to go through a lot of the store before you earn those meatballs. So it says like that. Yeah, you didn't make them, but you also didn't make the furniture. Still, they sold you something that you probably would think was shitty. And that's what really counts. And they made you love it. You know, they're not bad meatballs, but they're bad based on what you think meatballs should be. So, I think in order to get you to eat them for real, You have to put them at the end of like a long ass labyrinth. Yeah, like, look what happens when I do that. That happens because I fucking do that shit. Dude, that sucks. I guess I'll just do this instead. It seems like there's no, like, serious downsides. You know, I can't, like, draw. That's the downside. But look, I could do this. Let's still do that. It's even faster, probably. The stream is just like most TikToks. Just add some Subway Surfers or Minecraft parkour in your set. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it's just like stimulation. It's like people look for stimulation. Everyone on TikTok has ADHD, so that makes sense to me a lot. Right? Like you can't be a person who loves TikTok and like gets TikTok and not also have ADHD, right? Hi. Oh, Schunkenhauser. Hi, Fucksteed. What would you do if your name was Fucksteed Schunkenhauser? If my name was Joe Fuckstein Chunkenhauser.
How's that look? All those frames are good. Looks like it. It doesn't look bad. What's that porcupine? Aww. Love him. Love is nice. He's a cute cat. He's soft cuting. Pet him. Hello from Serbia. Hello, Serbia. I hope that we can finally free Serbia from the Archduke Franz Ferdinand one day. Somebody should teach that guy a lesson. I'm sorry, that's literally all I know about Serbia. that the Archduke Franz Ferdinand is coming to Sarajevo, and that we should all give him a nice warm greeting. They gave little Andre her own show. Finally, she's not ruining ours. Joe, did you see the Mario movie? No. This is a Mario movie unfriendly stream, so you have permission to post spoilers. I don't care. This is not a Mario movie friendly stream. Spoilers will be posted. Cause I'm not seeing it, so you should just tell me what you liked about it. I mean, maybe I'll see it, but only after you convince me, I think. You know, people are like, oh my god, the references. They made the most cheesy reference. Like, that was like an impression of a kid I went to school with who was like, oh my god, the graphics. You gotta see the PSP graphics. So like, you know, and you know, Nintendo fans stretch back all the way to like 1980s, well, like 1788. But yeah, like what was the most impressed you were by a reference? What was the cheesiest reference that they dared to make? It's like, holy shit, they actually cared about me, the old fan. Because I want to know. I want to see. I want to hear it because I don't want to actually have to find it myself in the movie. That seems like a lot of work. It's like, you know, if they made a reference to like
Gino from Mario RPG. How many tiers down on the Mario iceberg totem pole is that? Does that get the top tier fad tiers? Oh my god, they remembered. It's like, people are like, oh my god, they put so many references. Like Toad. It's like, okay. Mario Luigi moves to Alabama and gets married and has 5 children, and Peach dies. Wow. I know I said spoilers are okay, but I don't know if I wanted to know that. This is the movie everyone's been talking about. But yeah, what else were we saying? Oh yeah, just that like people are like, there were so many references, so many whatevers. It's like, okay, well, what was the one that was just the best? What was the one that knocked you off of your feet? It was just like so worth it, because that's just how I feel. Like, oh, I'm not that interested. References, come on. Well, that's not a reason to like something. It's also not a reason to dislike something. It's just like, personally, I'm thinking, there's no way their references will impress me, because my references are things that no one would ever get, and they would never put those things into the movie because only I would get them, and they don't care about me. So, that's basically why I don't think I'd like the movie, because it's just like, yeah, like, I don't even watch it for references. I don't want to see more reference. Well, people say there's so many references. It's like, that's not why I like Mario. I like Mario because there's no references in Mario. They always just make shit up. It's like, Mario will just be like, one day he'll just be like jumping on a Goomba, right? And then the next game, it'll just be like, there are no Goombas anymore. He's jumping on, I don't know, some ugly guy who looks like a clown with feet. And it's like, I don't know why they changed it. It doesn't matter. They just did. It's like, I like that about Mario, that they'll never just, like, rely on references. The movie, God bless it, because it actually looks pretty good for a Mario movie. It just, like, it's not what Mario is about for me. For me, it's about playing it, and watching it is just, that's just barely any of the experience. It's not that I don't think there can be a Mario movie, just that it's like, it's the Minions studio. Why would I go see that? I've seen their movies. I don't like them. But, this one looks a little different, but I don't know. Seems like people like the movie. Seems like there weren't too many complaints. It's not like Sonic. I like this drawing. This is a bit funnier, I think, with her whole hand, like, in the shot like that. Yep, and that could just, get cut off like that. Who cares? It's not quite cut off yet, though. Okay, now it looks good. Yeah, then that looks bad. It just like disappears. Maybe it should just be the same exact drawing again. That looks a little better, I think. I liked when it was revealed Pizza Face was just a floating porta potty and Pizza Head jumped out from and played the awesome music. But I think Larry is also very good. Well, you didn't have to spoil the entire plot of the game. Nah, I mean, I don't think it actually ruins anything. I think it's just, you know, I just think it's actually interesting to wonder about that. I think I've been thinking about it a lot. It's like, why they make him secretly a slice of pizza on the toilet? It's like that he was pretending to be a whole pizza pie. He was actually just a slice. It's like he was like disguised like a bald spot almost. You know, he's not the pizza. He's not the whole pizza he used to be. I bet he's not what he used to be, folks. And it's sad. It's sad to see him now. Well, there's also like an implicit, like, kind of like reference. Like, I feel like it's very subtly mocking like Ronald McDonald. I feel like there is something, some kind of narrative, some kind of statement there. Like, Ronald McDonald is no longer used to the... I mean, he might still be used sometimes, but he's no longer used to the extent he was in the 90s and 2000s. Ronald McDonald is retired, and, like, it... In my interpretation of that game, the final boss is supposed to be Ronald McDonald. And, like, he's really the one behind their, you know, whatever their new face is. He's still there, just like in the background, taking a shit. I can fix this. I can improve that. I don't want to color it until after I'm happy with the drawing. Yeah, the eyes need a better arc. Arcs. Yep, I could probably fix these too. I was going to fix it, like, move the eyes just a little bit higher up. Change it so the arc, the eyes is like a little bit better. Yeah, I could even like get rid of that, just redo it. Could even like have the head tilt a little bit more. Yeah, see, it's like moving down, so it should. People should be a little lower. Characters. Yep, I'm actually deleting these so that I could have a brighter. Whoop. Okay, there we go. We'll have a brighter outline for the eye color. Especially on those frames that it holds on, like this one. Like, that's like 20 frames. Top 10 people who work very hard and too hard that the animation is a success. I was joking about being in the Marmara. I've seen a lot of people say it's like how a big pizza chain, literally a tower, will act compared to a local pizza place or any business, really. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's like, Pizza Tower is a shitty knockoff of the authentic Italian dude. But, you know, the people who rip him off hate him. They're trying to get rid of him. You know, even though they basically are copying his culture, you know, which they're trying to take away from him and make a profit off of, and make it to whatever they want, which is, you know, something kind of unholy. You know, they're kind of like Domino's. They're like, you know, I think of it like Pizza Tower is like Domino's, and Peppino's Pizzeria is just your average. It's not even like. It's not even the greatest pizza you've ever had. It's just so exactly what you need if you're looking for authentic Italian food. It's like, you know, that doesn't mean it's really high quality. That doesn't mean it's like, you know, that doesn't mean it's not cheap fast food. It just means it's the right recipes done by the right hands, you know. When you have Domino's or Papa John's or whatever, these are really fast pizza. So like the quality of pizza is already pretty low, and now it's even lower, and we're just like we're accepting shittier and shittier pizza pies, and paying a pretty good price for them, but all while diminishing what made this great food item so good. So yeah, like I think that one of the central themes in the game is real versus not real. Like on one hand, some of his problems might be imagined, you know, but on the other hand, there's like there's problems that are both real and imagined. Like, the internal struggle he might have of, with this real versus unreal, it can be him versus a fake version of himself. Like there's a reference to that during the fake Peppino fight. There's like a fake Peppino drawing behind him saying nothing compares. And it's like, why is that there? I think it's because they really do envy him and his recipes and his ability to make it a pizza. He's the real Italian. And like to him, they're just food. They're just not even alive. They're just food, and you can destroy food. That's why I think, food is such a great video game enemy, because we destroy food in real life without feeling bad for it. But yeah, like there's a really powerful message, even if the narrative is really just implicit and not explicit. It's like there's a man who struggles with this idea of authenticity, that like he has this traumatic past in which he possibly has like flashbacks to constantly, actually. He probably has constant flashbacks to his traumatic past, which is why he's always like making that face. And still to this day, he's not sure what's real and what's not real. And like, it's like when another business threatens him in this way, it's like you're really pushed to the fucking limit. And that's what's so interesting about his character, is that he's not like Mario, who's kind of taking this shit all in good. He's taking this shit in stride. Like, your princess has been kidnapped and everyone's fucked, but it's okay because there's some really nice music playing. Da, 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 da. Like, this isn't that kind of game, though. This is a guy who's like, he's got to work through his problems. He's got to like really confront what it is that's making him so angry, so unnerved. He's got these problems. Peppino has problems. He's got like whenever the door slams behind him, he goes like, ah! Like just having a door slam is triggering to the guy. It's like hearing a gun go off. It's like it's like hearing a bomb. Like you hear a noise like that, like slam. It's like, whoa! It's like that would scare the shit out of him because of what he's been through. So like it's really a game about, he's got external problems, but they're probably imagined anyway. So it's really about someone working through their internal problems. All the villains represent different things like narcissism and ego. There's having to deal with those things within, and then like he fights a fake version of himself, which is having to deal with like the like living in like a fantasy, or living in reality, or like having like a fake version of yourself. And yeah, like, I'm thinking about that shit in terms of like, yeah, like when I'm not worried about it anymore because I'm in the acceptance phase. When I'm gone, or actually much sooner than that, there's going to be computers copying me and doing my style and like basically just ripping me off and doing this fake version of me that's like to me it's really shitty, but to other people maybe they can't tell the difference. And the lawyers and the judges will all be like, sorry, there's nothing we can do because you're not Disney. And I'll be like, well, fudge, I guess. But like that shit is real. And like Eminem also made a song about it, I guess. Like the idea that there's so many people copying him that he doesn't even know if he's real anymore. That kind of shit. But like, yeah, Pepino is a really already mentally fucked up person that like this just adds so much more to his problems that he's got to deal with this competitor. Well, like his competitor is actually trying to destroy him. There are situations where a competitor can make you even better, but this is a situation that's like do or die. Like if he doesn't beat them, then he's going to die because the game shows he's in debt. He's in debt because Pizza Tower is taking his business. Pizza Head gets what he wants as soon as he wants. That's the lyrics to his song, and he chooses to toy with poor little Pepino, who's just trying to make enough money to flip the open sign tomorrow. Is that what the lyrics say? That's funny. I didn't realize there was lyrics in that song. I thought it was just like, me, oh my, me, oh my. Like it was like Mickey Mouse saying me, oh my. Me, oh my, me. I have no idea what they're saying. That's funny that there's like, is it that song you mean? That's got actual lyrics in it? Pizza Head gets what he wants as soon as he wants. That's funny. That there's an explanation. That's funny. I love that. They make the story really implied. I like how it's not just like served directly to you. You have to go digging a little. Just trying to make enough money to flip the open sign tomorrow. Yeah, he's just trying to survive. Meanwhile, Pizza Tower they're doing so well that they can fuck with him this way. Sure what that's on the wrong layer. The original song for Pizza Head is called After You Get What You Want, You Don't Want It. That's true. You don't want it. That's not something I would have the Dog of Wisdom say, but it is close. It's like, happy happens, and it only seems to happen after you stop asking for it. It only happens after you forget about it, kinda. You don't want it anymore. Oh shit! I accidentally did something. broken apart? No. What was it gonna do? I was gonna fix this, but how? What the hell? Now what's happening? Yeah, so how let me draw here? It's because it's on the wrong layer. Maybe it's just fucked. It's just glitching. Yeah. That's not good. It should. It should just let me grab it. Okay, now that works. But what was the issue? How about I just start over? Yeah, just reconfigurate this piece. Oh no, this piece has the same issue. Okay, then how about grab this one and inconfigurate that one over where the other one was. There we go, now that's good. Oh, but is this, no, it's not the same issue. It's just, yeah. No! Yes! No! There we go. Yeah, fuck you, friends. Much better. Now let's try that thing I was trying to do. There we go. Now we're back.
That's it. The re-unconfuculence. There's a giant-ass spider on my wall. And after killing it, I'm beginning to feel phantom spiders. Send help. Well, just don't kill spiders, and then you won't feel that. We need spiders. We need more spiders. Have spider babies. Let a spider have babies in your house. I'm getting tired. I should maybe stop. It's been like 6.5 hours since I started. Let's take a look at what I've gotten done in that time. A lot of this. Yep, still not done, but getting there. Okay, let's call it a day for now. I'll probably get some rest. Just take a break and maybe a nap. But that was a pretty good shift. No, I'm sorry, I'm playing it without letting you see. Just fast forward to this part. Is the, where I started working. Yep. As the head turret is gonna have like the light come in gradually as she gets closer to the right. When she does that, more light comes in. And like here, it's just like, I can do one more for you, so to demonstrate. There we go. Should there be any here? Yeah, just like, so it's like gradual. There we go. Okay. That's not bad. Okay. Let's see you later.